Chapter 40, 399. The martial soul barrier suddenly dispersed. A shocking scene appeared in front of everyone. Ling Xiao smiled wickedly at the camera. Behind him were more than 1,000 cold corpses. It took a total of half an hour to kill more than 1,000 people. Ling Xiao's cultivation C energy had increased again, reaching 80%. Sure enough, it was not all bad to have more enemies. There were also benefits. There would always be people who would come to die. All the audience looked at this scene in shock, as if they could not believe that it was true. Sacred Leader Scarlet Sun, Sin, and Sacred Leader Divine Sword even stood up from their seats. They looked at this scene in disbelief, and their faces were gloomy. They thought that Ling Xiao would die. In the end, more than 1,000 people died. This kind of situation was really hard to accept. At that moment, everyone seemed to have seen a nightmare. I don't know if you can hear my voice, but I have to remind you that I, Ling Xiao, have a bad temper. If something like this happens again, I'll kill all of you without mercy. Sacred Leader Scarlet Sun, Sin, and Sacred Leader Divine Sword. If you don't want all your disciples to die, you'd better not provoke me. After saying that, he gently clapped his hands, turned around, and left. The three people in the spectator seats naturally heard his words. Thus, their expressions became even uglier. Ha 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 ha, this is called the evil that we bring upon ourselves. Ancestor Scarlet Flame's laughter rang out. He laughed at the three of them to his heart's content. General Beast Tamer, Ling Xiao is cruel by nature. I suggest that we immediately detain him. We must not let such a person enter the City of Gold. It will affect the reputation of the City of Gold. Sacred Leader Scarlet Sun looked at General Beast Tamer and said, "This person is bloodthirsty by nature. He is not qualified to enter the City of Gold." The one who spoke was not General Beast Tamer, but Chi Hai. Chi Hai thought that he was smart, but his words made General Beast Tamer unhappy. Was he trying to seize power? Shut up! General Beast Tamer said coldly, "What bloodthirsty by nature? Do you think I'm blind? I don't care about what you did behind my back, but don't go too far. What's more, killing is a common occurrence in the assessment. I've also killed countless people. Don't tell me that I'm not qualified to stay in Golden City. General, please forgive me." It was Chiheku who spoke without thinking. Chi Yuan hurriedly stood up to plead for Chi Hai. Just this once." General Beast Tamer snorted coldly. He looked at Sacred Leader Scarlet Sun and said, "You're a divine physique echelon expert. You should pay attention to your status when you speak, lest you become a laughingstock." Sacred Leader Chiang was extremely embarrassed, but he didn't dare to say anything. Although they were both in the divine physique echelon realm, the beast-taming general was much stronger than him. At this time, he still had to endure. But come to think of it, this Ling Xiao was really strong. More than 1,000 people who had been alive and kicking earlier had turned into 1,000 corpses in the blink of an eye. The most terrifying thing was that Ling Xiao seemed to be completely unharmed. Perhaps this Ling Xiao was no longer someone these ordinary disciples could deal with. Ling Xiao continued to advance in the desolate beast space. Within the range of his divine sense, he could sense that many people's auras had suddenly disappeared. Most of them had chosen to leave. When these people left or died, a trace of terrifying demonic aura would be emitted from their bodies. It seemed like the desolate beast was on the move. This place was called the Desolate Beast Space. Naturally, it wasn't just a battle between martial artists. They also had to be on guard against the desolate beast's attacks. However, out of the 100,000 participants, only 1,000 were left. Even if a large number of martial artists were eliminated, there were still more than 90,000 left. There was still a long way to go before the end. Boom! Suddenly, the ground in front of Ling Xiao split open. A huge pangolin crawled out from the ground. This pangolin wasn't much different from ordinary pangolins. The only difference was that the scales on its surface were tougher and hotter. It also seemed to be able to control the earth element to attack. Ling Xiao stood there. Facing the pouncing pangolin, he threw out a punch. The huge body was sent flying. It landed heavily on the ground. Blood flowed out, and there was no sign of life. Really? Ling Xiao had thought that this desolate beast space was a simulated space. But now it seemed like this was a real small world. The desolate beasts inside weren't simulated. They were real. Shaking his head, Ling Xiao directly entered the shadow dancer form. He was a little too eye-catching now. He reckoned that the live stream would often broadcast his image. He didn't want to expose too much. Hence, he wanted to keep a low profile. And from what the beast-taming general said, there were opportunities in this desolate beast space. Before the end of this competition, he wanted to find some so-called opportunities. No one would complain that they were too strong. As the opponents he encountered became more and more terrifying, the heaven-covering palm was gradually unable to keep up with the increase in his strength. The 23 dragon-subduing swords were also slowly failing. He needed to have other auxiliary attack methods. Just relying on the 12 divine beasts technique, cosmic light fist, and void shattering finger was not enough. In a battle, there were many changes. With more martial arts techniques, there would be more choices. Soon he found what he was looking for. It was a building that was suspended in midair, although it had been in disrepair for a long time and was modeled. But the 3 words on the door were very eye-catching. Massacre God Pavilion. F***CK. What a domineering name. They actually dared to name it Massacre God Pavilion. Although the gods in the Black Tortoise continent weren't real gods, they were just powerful warriors. But they were still top-notch warriors. They dared to use such a name. It was obvious that the owner of this place was extremely arrogant. I want to see what's in this Massacre God Pavilion that's so domineering to use such a name. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao flew toward the sky. There's someone inside. His divine senses were very powerful. When he was about 500 meters away, he sensed that there was someone in the Massacre God Pavilion. This person's aura wasn't as strong as he imagined. Furthermore, it had the scent of a Scarlet Sun Sacred City warrior. He reckoned that someone had entered before him. In the desolate beast space, there should be quite a few places like the Massacre God Pavilion. No wonder I didn't see the 10th Holy Sun after walking for so long. These people probably knew about this secret long ago, so they entered before me. Ling Xiao speculated. In fact, he was right. The desolate beast space was originally a small space outside the 3,000 sacred cities. It would appear once every year. This was also the reason why the Golden Battle was held once a year. No matter how strong a warrior was before this, the desolate beast space would become the key to the reversal of strength. Whoever obtained the opportunity here would become stronger. Whoever didn't obtain it would be unlucky. People from Scarlet Sun Sacred City? Since you want to kill me, you've let me down. Ling Xiao sneered and sped toward the Massacre God Pavilion. This was definitely a good place. It would be a waste if he didn't go. Chapter 4400. Ling Xiao had made up his mind. Regardless of whether they were from Scarlet Sun Sacred City, Nefarious Sacred City, or Divine Sword Sacred City, he would kill them on sight. Of course, if they chose to leave, that was fine too. However, before Ling Xiao could enter the Massacre God Pavilion, a person flew out. The two of them met face to face. Ling Xiao naturally didn't recognize the person in front of him. However, judging by his attire, he could confirm that he was a cultivator from Scarlet Sun Sacred City. "It's you." The other party seemed to recognize him. He was very surprised. However, it made sense. He was now a famous person in the 3,000 sacred cities. It would be strange if the other party didn't recognize him. "It's me." Ling Xiao smiled faintly. "My luck seems to be pretty good. You did manage to enter the Massacre God Pavilion in time." After the initial shock, the other party smiled. This smile was filled with pride and coldness. Ling Xiao frowned. It seemed like there was indeed something good in the massacre god pavilion. Remember, my name is Yan Qihua. Don't forget it even after you die. Yan Qihua smiled coldly and walked over with a sword in his hand. This person's cultivation wasn't considered strong. At most, he was in the middle stage of the extreme core realm. Moreover, he had probably advanced in the past year. Otherwise, he would have been one of the 10 Holy Sun. However, what made Ling Xiao fearful was that Yan Qihua's body seemed to contain a terrifying power. This was definitely not an illusion. Yan Qihua had indeed obtained something from the massacre god pavilion. Even so, Ling Xiao wasn't afraid. He stood there without moving and looked at Yan Qihua indifferently. Very soon, he would be able to find out what was so amazing about the massacre god pavilion. Ling Xiao, I know that you are very strong. If it was any other time, I wouldn't be your match. However, everything is different now. As long as I kill you, I will be able to make a great contribution. In the future, when senior brother Qi Xiao enters the City of Gold, the position of senior brother in the City of Gold will be mine. After Yan Qihua said this, he suddenly charged towards Ling Xiao. He held a sword in his hand, his killing intent bursting out. It looked like a simple attack, but it was filled with the threat of death. The speed was extremely fast. It was extremely powerful. The accuracy was extremely high. It was hard to believe that Yan Qihua was the one who stabbed it. A cold light flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes, and then the sword was already in front of him. Danger! Even with his peak 9th Order Emperor realm, heavenly devil, black, martial physique. Ling Xiao didn't dare to take it head-on. This sword technique gave people a terrifying feeling. Could this be the item that Yan Qihua obtained from the massacre god pavilion? If that was the case, then it was simply too dangerous. He hurriedly used his movement technique to dodge. Logically speaking, with his speed, it shouldn't be a problem for him to dodge this attack. But what surprised him was that Yan Qihua seemed to have calculated the direction he was going to dodge in. In the end, the sword light still pierced his body. Even the demonic black tortoise body could not defend against it. His body was pierced, leaving a bloody wound. Although it couldn't penetrate his body, the fact that it could injure him was already terrifying enough. After all, the other party was only a mid-stage Dan realm cultivator. He wasn't afraid at all now. This could only mean that the other party's sword technique was very strong. His clothes were already dyed red with blood. The wound wasn't big, but it was very sharp and had a destructive effect. It couldn't heal automatically. It's really a powerful sword technique. I estimate that it's already at the 10th Order Emperor realm. Ling Xiao thought to himself, if it didn't reach the 10th Order Emperor realm, then it was absolutely impossible to stab him. How is it, Ling Xiao? Are you surprised? Yan Qihua sneered and said, you only have 2 choices now, either die or leave. As he spoke, Yan Qihua's attack began again. The sword light flickered, and the cold light was speckled. It actually gave people a feeling that they couldn't resist. This sword seemed to be the pinnacle of speed. Although it didn't have the feeling of spatial dislocation like the void shattering finger. But because the speed was too fast, it was as if the sword light could move in an instant. The other party had just made a move, but the sword light had already arrived. It was impossible to guard against. It's really a good sword technique. Ling Xiao's eyes were full of excitement. If the 23 dragon-subduing swords retired gloriously, this mysterious sword technique could make up for it. He must get this thing. You don't know what's good for you. You're still smiling? Yan Qihua was very unhappy. Ling Xiao's expression made him very uncomfortable. This shouldn't be the expression of a dying man. In his opinion, Ling Xiao should be desperate, or he should choose to leave directly. Do you think you're invincible because you've got such a sword technique? What an idiot. A good-for-nothing who has such a sword technique is still a good-for-nothing. Ling Xiao sneered. Instead of retreating, he moved forward and pounced on Yan Qihua. Yan Qihua snorted and shook the long sword in his hand. In an instant, it stabbed Ling Xiao again. It left a bloody mark on Ling Xiao's throat. But Ling Xiao didn't intend to dodge at all. Anyway, he couldn't dodge. Of course, there was another reason why Ling Xiao didn't dodge. Although Yan Qihua's attack could hurt him, it couldn't cause him serious injuries. In the end, it was because the cultivator's foundation was too weak. Get lost. After receiving Yan Qihua's attack, Ling Xiao had already arrived in front of Yan Qihua. A terrifying fist blasted forward. Yan Qihua was shocked and hurriedly dodged. But he didn't expect that this was Ling Xiao's pretense. He pretended to attack, but his real intention was to go past Yan Qihua and enter the Massacre God Pavilion. He had already observed. There was a layer of array outside the Massacre God Pavilion. As long as there was a cultivator inside, others couldn't enter. As long as he entered, Yan Qihua wouldn't be able to attack him anymore. Of course, he could kill Yan Qihua here, but he would probably have to expose the Cosmic Light Divine Fist. Only the Cosmic Light Divine Fist could truly restrain Yan Qihua's fast sword. Even the Void-Shattering Finger couldn't do that. The Void-Shattering Finger could only cause a situation where both sides suffered. Ling Xiao still planned to hide the Cosmic Light Divine Fist and use it in the last round of the battle. Thus, he chose the simplest and most direct method: enter the Massacre God Pavilion and cultivate the martial technique. He believed that if a trash like Yan Qihua could successfully cultivate the sword technique, he would definitely be able to do it too. And he would definitely cultivate it better than Yan Qihua. When Yan Qihua discovered Ling Xiao's motive, it was already too late. The gate of the Massacre God Pavilion closed, and the array activated. Ling Xiao was already inside. Yan Qihua stood there, looking coldly in the direction of the Massacre God Pavilion. His expression was somewhat ugly. He had just said that Ling Xiao only had two choices. One was to die, and the other was to leave. But Ling Xiao had given him a ruthless slap. Trash! In the spectator stands, sacred leader Qiyang cursed helplessly. Under such circumstances, Yan Qihua actually couldn't kill Ling Xiao. He probably missed the best opportunity. Could it be that Ling Xiao really has an immortal body? On the other side, Jiang Nan and the others clearly heaved a sigh of relief. The scene just now had really frightened them. They thought that Ling Xiao really had no choice but to leave the competition. At that moment, Ling Xiao had already entered the Massacre God Pavilion. The moment he entered, he felt a terrifying sword intent circling around the Massacre God Pavilion. Chapter 4401. The Massacre God Pavilion wasn't big. Suspended in the air was a long sword that was upside down. There were many cracks on the body of the sword, but it still emitted an unparalleled aura. Ling Xiao looked at the sword, and a strong desire arose in his heart. He was sure that Yan Qihua had comprehended the sword technique from this sword. Ling Xiao tried to inject his soul power into the sword. In an instant, a book appeared in front of him. On the first page, there were a few words. Can be opened when killing points exceed 100. Killing points? Ling Xiao was stunned. He flipped the page open. Suddenly, a figure appeared, and a cold light shot out. It was the sword technique that Yan Qihua had cultivated previously. Beside the figure, there was a line of words. Killing points consumed 100. Remaining 950. Could it be that killing and eliminating martial artists would be counted into the killing points? With Ling Xiao's intelligence, he naturally understood this in an instant. This book seems to have more than one page. Continue reading. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao went to look at the second page. He found the words, Killing points 1000 can be opened. He couldn't open it. Ling Xiao sighed. He only had 950 killing points left, and he was indeed unable to open the second page. Moreover, the further the book went, the more killing points it would require. Interesting. Regardless of whether this was set up by the City of Gold or the original rules of this space, it aroused Ling Xiao's strong interest. A sword technique that only required 100 killing points was already very outstanding. If it was 1,000 killing points, it would definitely be more outstanding. Can I give up the sword technique on the first page and open the second page? Ling Xiao thought to himself. Just as this thought appeared in his mind, the first page was completely closed. Ling Xiao no longer had any memory of the contents of the first page. Instead, the second page opened. The second page had the same sword technique, but it was obviously better. It could be said that it was an enhanced version of Yan Qihua's sword technique. This is it. Ling Xiao confirmed his choice. Suddenly, a terrifying sword intent attacked. At that moment, Ling Xiao felt his hair stand on end. His forehead was dripping with cold sweat. He had already taken out the East Victory Sky Sword and East Victory Demonic Sword. Because the sword intent was too terrifying, the killing intent was too strong. It's indeed a 10th level Emperor martial technique. It pursued speed to the extreme. It was called Escape Light. It was only one move, but it was already much stronger than the 23 dragons subduing swords and heaven covering palm print. Moreover, this Escape Light was at least 10 times stronger than Yan Qihua's. Regardless of whether it was speed or power, it was much more powerful. Moreover, although Yan Qihua had obtained the sword skill, he had not grasped its essence. After all, he didn't have time for it. Killing 1,000 people or eliminating 1,000 people in exchange for such a stunning sword strike. But it's worth it. If Huang Xiaolong cultivated this sword move to the limit, its power would reach the peak of 10th Order Emperor realm. It can be used for a long time. Ling Xiao nodded in satisfaction. Then he watched as the figure in the void repeated the same sword technique. 10 minutes later, he started to cultivate with the East Victory Sky Sword. With the help of the Tai Chi Eye, he didn't miss any details of this move. He cultivated and pondered over it. After half an hour, the door of the Massacre God Pavilion suddenly opened. Ling Xiao also felt that the formation outside had been removed. He suddenly understood something. Everyone had a limited time to enter the Massacre God Pavilion. Moreover, it should be half an hour. Yan Qihua was naturally inferior to him in half an hour. Yan Qihua had only grasped the surface of the Escape Light sword technique. On the other hand, he had already trained this move to the small success stage. Moreover, Yan Qihua's Escape Light was the weakest type. His Escape Light was 10 times stronger than Yan Qihua's. He didn't linger on the next page, because Ling Xiao knew that even if he opened the third page, he wouldn't be able to cultivate it. That was a martial technique that surpassed the Emperor level. It wasn't something he could grasp now. It was better to be practical. Escape Light. Ling Xiao shook the East Victory Sky sword in his hand. It seemed like he was just gently raising the sword in his hand. However, a rock in the distance shattered into pieces. It was indeed an escaping light. Its speed was just like that of light. It was really too fast. Unless the enemy could predict it in advance, they wouldn't be able to block this attack. With a smile, he sheathed his sword. He walked out of the Massacre God Pavilion without any reluctance. Anyway, he had already used up all his killing points. Next, he would go and get more killing points. However, it wasn't easy to get more than 1,000 killing points in one go, because he wouldn't encounter such a good situation every time. When others came to kill him, he would be able to kill them all in one go. Most of the time, weaker cultivators would choose to hide. It wasn't easy to kill them. In addition, there were desolate beasts. It would be even more difficult to accumulate killing points. Ling Xiao was really a lucky guy. No, or rather, he had to thank those idiots in Scarlet Sun Sacred City, Sin Sacred City, and Divine Sword Sacred City. If not for them, Ling Xiao wouldn't have been able to get so many killing points. When he walked out of the massacre god pavilion, there was no one outside. Ling Xiao smiled. That Yan Qihua was quite smart. He actually escaped. He was about to leave. All of a sudden, his taiji eye caught sight of 3 figures a mile away. One of them was Yan Qihua. The other 2 were also cultivators from Scarlet Sun, Sacred City. Their cultivation was at the middle stage of the extreme core realm. They were flying towards him. Ling Xiao smiled and sat down cross-legged. He had just cultivated the escape light sword art. Although it was only 1 move, he still needed to practice it. Since this group of people was here, he could give it a try. Ling Xiao, you're finally out. I've been waiting for so long. Yan Qihua finally arrived. He looked at Ling Xiao excitedly. This guy simply treated Ling Xiao as a delicious cake. It was as if he could kill him whenever he wanted. Are you an idiot? If you can comprehend sword skills in the Massacre God Pavilion, why can't I? Since you want to die so badly, I'm afraid I have no choice but to fulfill your wish. Ling Xiao stood up. He held the East Victory Sky sword and looked at Yan Qihua and the other 2 mockingly. These 3 people should have entered a place similar to the Massacre God Pavilion in advance, and exchanged for the martial skills that he wanted. That was why they dared to come and deal with him. It was a pity that he didn't care about 3 cultivators at the middle stage of the extreme core realm. Don't try to bluff. In the half an hour that you stayed in the Massacre God Pavilion, I found another martial skill. I went elsewhere and found a set of defensive martial skills. It's also a 10th Order Emperor class martial skill. What do you have to compete with me? Yan Qihua snorted. That's right. The 3 of us have 2 10th Order Emperor class martial skills. So what if you've comprehended the same martial skill? You're still no match for us. Another person mocked. Summer insects can't talk about ice. Ling Xiao shook his head lightly. He believed that the 3 of them had only exchanged for the martial skills on the first page. After all, not everyone had his terrifying ability to kill thousands of cultivators in a short time. Chapter 4402. Senior brother, don't talk nonsense with him. Let's do it. The 3rd person said. Yan Qihua nodded and said, Be careful. This kid is not weak and he's full of tricks. Don't fall for his tricks. Ling Xiao held a long sword in his hand, and a cold light flashed on the sword. He looked at the 3 of them coldly and did not say anything else. He silently channeled his true essence and prepared to attack. Hee, your posture is not bad, but I've already cultivated this sword move of yours. The defensive martial skill I cultivate is specially designed to deal with your sword technique. So you're dead meat. As he spoke, Yan Qihua had already charged towards Ling Xiao. The sword technique he used was also an escape light, but it was a weaker version. At the same time, Ling Xiao also used the same martial skill, and the posture was exactly the same, but it was a stronger version of the escape light. The same sword technique, but different power and effects. Unfortunately, Yan Qihua could not tell at all. 2 streaks of sword light appeared and disappeared in an instant. Ling Xiao did nothing. He could not block or dodge it anyway. Moreover, the other party's sword could not kill him, at least not with 1 sword. Yan Qihua made a defensive move. His entire body was wrapped in a tortoise-like defense. This was even more magical than Ling Xiao's heavenly demon black tortoise body defense. If it was a weaker version of the escape light, it would naturally not be able to penetrate it. However, Ling Xiao's escape light was not a weaker version. Qi, the cold light pierced through the tortoise shell and then pierced through Yan Qihua's dantian. It was that fast. It was extremely fast. So much so that the other 2 standing beside him did not even react. You're not cultivating it. Yan Qihua did not say anything in the end because his consciousness had already begun to blur. You guessed right. 10 immortal-grade heavenly artifacts can't compare to a divine-grade heavenly artifact. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Yan Qihua did not say anything else because he was already dead, and he did not even have a chance to escape. At the moment of his death, Yan Qihua felt extremely regretful. Why did he have to find trouble with Ling Xiao? This was simply courting death. The moment Yan Qihua died, a message appeared in Ling Xiao's mind. Killing Yan Qihua gave him 50 kill points. This should be Yan Qihua's remaining kill points after exchanging for the martial skill. All of them were transferred to Ling Xiao. Run! After Yan Qihua was killed, the other two people realized their fear. He turned around and was about to flee. They did not choose to leave. If they left, Ling Xiao definitely wouldn't be able to stop them. But if he chose to escape, it would be like pushing himself into hell. Python rope. Ling Xiao took out a treasure and tied the other person up. This thing was obtained from Lu Mingho. Now it had come in handy. Let us go. Let us go, or our holy lord won't let you go. The two of them were like rats that had been caught, screaming with all their might. They hoped that Ling Xiao would spare their lives out of fear of Scarlet Sun, Holy City. However, Ling Xiao only smiled contemptuously. He waved the East Victory heavenly sword in his hand. 2 cold lights flew out. They shattered their dantians at the same time. Since these people were here to kill him, he naturally didn't have any sympathy or pity. If they deserved to be killed, they had to be killed. After killing these 2 people, Ling Xiao obtained a total of 100 kill points. Now he had another 200 kill points. However, he didn't want exchange for the martial skill on the first page. He planned to go to other Slaughter God pavilions to take a look. If there was a suitable martial skill, he would definitely learn it. The power of the evasive light sword was simply too formidable. On the divine martial sacred city's stand, Holy Lord Scarlet Sun was furious. His veins were exposed one by one, and his face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Dead. 3 geniuses of the extreme realm of alchemy had died. Originally, these were the secret weapons of Scarlet Sun, Holy City. This time, they were going to fight for the position of the 10 Holy Sun. They were actually killed by Ling Xiao just like that. Everything he had hoped for had turned into a dream. Ha ha ha, well done. This is the outcome of reckless people. Ancestor Scarlet Flame laughed wantonly. It wasn't Ling Xiao who provoked them. It was those 2 who insisted on killing Ling Xiao. Now that they were dead, who could they blame? Holy Lord Scarlet Sun was so angry that his face turned green. He suddenly exploded and wanted to kill Ancestor Scarlet Flame. He was a martial artist of the first level of the divine physique echelon, stronger than Ancestor Scarlet Flame. However, Ancestor Scarlet Flame was not afraid at all. The Dharma treasure on him was enough for him to fight against a first-level divine physique echelon martial artist for thousands of rounds. Stop! The beast-controlling general's voice suddenly sounded. If you 2 want to fight, get out of here. This is not a place for you to behave atrociously. The corner of Holy Lord Scarlet Sun's mouth twitched, and he finally gave up on attacking. Ancestor Scarlet Flame also smiled and didn't say anything. The beast-controlling general was a good person, so he didn't want to offend him, let alone cause trouble for Ling Xiao. After killing Yan Qihua and the other 2, Ling Xiao began to fly towards a place with people. Now he had a clear goal, and that was to fight for the kill points. However, now that he had a goal, he also became the target of others. His number plate was tampered with. Therefore, the martial artists from Sin's Sacred City, Scarlet Sun Sacred City, and Divine Sword Sacred City could see his every move. They could even determine the kill points he had by the color of his number plate. He had 200 kill points now, so these people naturally wanted to kill him. Stop right there. Suddenly, a roar came from the front. Then, a spear's shadow pierced toward him. Ling Xiao smiled faintly, and the East Victory heavenly sword in his hand, went up to meet the attack without any fear. It was true that the opponent was very strong. The spear technique was even more exquisite. The spear shadow turned into a black phoenix and pounced toward Ling Xiao. The air was filled with the smell of burning. It seems like the 10 Holy Sun isn't the only powerful one among the 100,000 people. There are many hidden experts who haven't been exposed before. I have to get a ranking in this year's ranking battle. Ling Xiao had a guess. In the past 9 years, someone's cultivation might not be inferior to Qi Zhao's or even stronger. But he didn't make a move. In the 10th year, if he suddenly defeated Qi Zhao, he would be able to enter the Golden City. This way was simpler and more direct. Unlike Qi Zhao, who had to occupy the position of the 10 Holy Sun for 10 years, it should be said that this kind of person who didn't make a move was even more terrifying. And it seemed that there were such people in every sacred city. Of course, some martial artists might have found them from outside. No matter what the reason was, the strength of these people should not be underestimated. If Ling Xiao only had eyes for the 10 Holy Sun, he would be in trouble. Boom! While thinking about this, the spear and the sword collided in the void. The tyrannical power spread out in the sky, causing many people to stop in their tracks. Many people were obviously waiting to pick up the scraps. When the sandpiper and the clam fought, the fishermen would benefit. If they were alone, they definitely couldn't deal with Ling Xiao or the other person. But if they waited until the two of them were injured before making a move, it would be different. They might be able to take advantage of the situation. Chapter 4403. No matter who you are, you have to lose. Ling Xiao's entire body and mind were invested in this sword. The long sword pierced out again. A cold light flashed. Ling Xiao only had this sword in his heart. As for the opponent's attack, he didn't care about it at all. Only the sword in his heart. Only the sword in his eyes. Qi. This sword was so fast that it was unimaginable. The opponent's spear shadow was ignored by the sword light. It pierced from the side. This opponent wasn't a loser like Yan Qihua. His comprehension of the spear was obviously higher, although he was also cultivating a weaker version of the martial technique. In terms of control, he was much stronger than Yan Qihua. Escape light focused on speed. If he fought head-on, he would naturally be at a disadvantage. Therefore, Ling Xiao chose to avoid the spear shadow and directly attack the opponent's body. Qi. The sound of something being pierced could be heard. The sword light directly pierced through the opponent's dantian. As the opponent was from Scarlet Sun's sacred city, Ling Xiao didn't show mercy. Boom! The opponent's spear shadow only arrived at this time. Ling Xiao avoided it and hit the ground, causing a loud boom. Ling Xiao believed that if this attack hit his body directly, even he would definitely be injured. It was different from the speed advantage of escape light. The opponent's spear law had a huge advantage in terms of attack power. Ling Xiao displayed the speed advantage of escape light, while the opponent didn't display the attack advantage. In the end, the opponent was only cultivating a weaker version of the spear technique. It couldn't be compared to the strengthened escape light sword technique. The sword technique is amazing, but the person is even more amazing. Such a powerful sword technique in the hands of Ling Xiao is truly making the best use of it. The audience was sighing with emotion. If this sword technique was used by someone else, they might not be able to display it so well. After killing the opponent, Ling Xiao obtained 100 kill points. The total kill points increased to 300. However, it was still some distance away from 1,000. His goal was very clear now. He wasn't greedy for too much. As long as he could exchange for another set of martial techniques with 1,000 kill points, it would be enough. Since escape light was so powerful, he believed that the other martial techniques wouldn't be inferior. After killing that person, Ling Xiao was in no hurry to leave. Another massacre divine pavilion appeared in his field of vision. It seemed like the buildings here were all called massacre god pavilions. It was just that the appearance was a little different and the martial skills inside were different. Let's go take a look. At this moment, they had yet to discover the whereabouts of Lion Master Bao and the others. Since that was the case, they might as well head over to the Massacre God Pavilion to take a look. Perhaps he would find something. Even if he couldn't exchange for it, he should at least check if the martial skills inside were suitable for him. 100 kill points could open the first page, and the second page was usually an enhanced version of the first page. If the first page isn't suitable, then just don't learn it. This way, killing points would not be consumed. As he thought of this, he flew towards the second Massacre God Pavilion. Someone's there. When Ling Xiao reached the vicinity of the Massacre God Pavilion, he realized that the doors of the Massacre God Pavilion were tightly shut. The formation had been activated. This was clearly a sign that there was someone inside. He didn't leave. Instead, he prepared to hide and wait for the people inside to come out before going in. However, before he could enter the shadow dancer form, a person walked out of the Massacre God Pavilion. After that person came out, he sneered at Ling Xiao. His greedy expression was not concealed at all. Lion Fearless. Lion Fearless, who was ranked 4th in the 10 Holy Sun rankings. Ling Xiao had seen his portrait before. Lion Fearless specialized in physical combat, and his cultivation had reached the great circle of the Dan realm. From the looks of it, he had already exchanged for martial skills. He was definitely a difficult opponent. Lion Fearless originally wanted to exchange for the martial skills on the second page. However, he was still short of 200 kill points, so he could only exchange for the martial skills on the first page. Just at this moment, Ling Xiao arrived. Ling Xiao had 300 kill points on him. If he could kill Ling Xiao, he would be able to gather 1,000 kill points. He would be able to successfully obtain the martial skills on the second page. This was too important to him. At this moment, another 4 people came from the same direction. The 4 people who appeared this time were all warriors from the sacred city of Sin. They were all in the advanced stage of the Dan realm. The holy city of Sin was really hiding its strength. Everyone thought that the strongest of the younger generation was Black Fong, who knew that there were so many strong warriors. It seemed that there were quite a lot of strong opponents in this golden battle. However, when the 4 warriors from the sacred city of Sin saw Lion Fearless, they were so scared that they stopped in their tracks. They were originally chasing after Ling Xiao. However, how could they dare to snatch the kill from Lion Fearless? Lion Fearless was ranked 4th in the 10 Holy Sun rankings. Among the 10 Holy Sun rankings, none of the top 6 were mediocre. Even if your cultivation was similar to his, you would definitely not dare to underestimate him. Otherwise, you would be in trouble. What? You want to fight? Ling Xiao looked at Lion Fearless and frowned. To be honest, in the first round, he really did not want to meet the top 6 of the 10 Holy Sun rankings. Because if he wanted to fight with these guys, he would have to use all his strength. If he was not careful, someone else might take advantage of him. That would be troublesome. Lion Fearless was born with a fearless eye. He would not be fooled by the enemy's tricks and would not be intimidated by the enemy's power. It was really troublesome to deal with this kind of person. Why not? Lion Fearless smiled. He belonged to the beast-taming sacred city. He had no enmity with Ling Xiao. Therefore, he did not want to kill Ling Xiao today, but he had to eliminate Ling Xiao. Not for anything else, but for Ling Xiao's 300 slaughter points. In fact, the first round was a place for the 10 Holy Sun rankings to learn martial arts. Ling Xiao guessed one thing wrong. The Slaughter God Pavilion in the desolate beast dimension did not appear once a year, but once every 10 years. Ling Xiao was lucky to get such an opportunity in his first battle in the desolate beast dimension. As for the top 6 of the 10 Holy Suns, they had all waited for 9 years for this day to come. As long as he was not eliminated, he could bring the martial arts techniques out with him. Of course, he could forget about being eliminated. Lion Fearless never thought that he would be eliminated, so he wanted to exchange for more and better martial arts techniques. Looks like this battle is inevitable. Ling Xiao did not want to fight, but since his opponent insisted, he would not avoid it. If you want to eliminate me, show me what you're capable of. Ling Xiao took out the heavenly victory sword and transformed into the unbounded heavenly rat. When dealing with an existence like Fearless Lion, it was best to be careful. He could not let his guard down. Kill! Lion Wuju's body trembled as he turned into a strange black wind and pounced towards Ling Xiao. In the black wind, his body could not be seen, and his aura could not be sensed. This movement technique was Fearless Lion's most proficient black wind steps. The name was simple, but the technique was not simple at all. This was a peak 9th level Emperor level technique, much better than Ling Xiao's falling plum clear shadow steps. Title Fist. Lion Fearless technique and Fist technique sounded very ordinary, but when used, it was not ordinary at all, because this fist technique had a special effect. Read. Chapter 4404. When the tidal fist was unleashed, the tide first rose. Ling Xiao felt as if he was being wrapped by some kind of energy and he was being pushed back to higher ground. In the blink of an eye, he was being pushed back by this energy and he was being pushed back towards Lion Fearless direction. Ling Xiao was having a hard time stabilizing his body. Humph. Canopy Beast, Water Giant. Ling Xiao let out a cold snort. In an instant, the energy of the tidal fist disappeared, as it was completely devoured by the water giant. His beast god's special skills could be used as a surprise attack at a critical moment. Seeing this, Lion Fearless didn't seem surprised at all. Right now, he had arrived in front of Ling Xiao with the black wind steps. The tidal fist was just a method to control Ling Xiao. Even if it didn't work, it would still disrupt Ling Xiao's rhythm. This was the effect Lion Fearless wanted. Escape light. Ling Xiao didn't hesitate at all. He lifted up the heavenly sword of Eastern victory in his hand. A cold light shone from the tip of the sword. As if it had reached the speed of light, it arrived in front of Lion Fearless in an instant. It was too fast. At least, amongst all the divine core warriors, there was no one who could see the trajectory of this sword. What everyone saw was Ling Xiao striking with a sword. After that, the sword beam arrived in front of Jiang Qin. Qi. The sword beam pierced through Lion Fearless' throat. Lion Fearless was startled by this. This sword beam came without any warning. Anyone who saw it for the first time wouldn't be able to withstand it. Luckily, the throat wasn't a vital point for any divine core warrior. Even if it was pierced through, it would only consume a large amount of true yuan. But even so, Lion Fearless was still startled and furious. Even with his fearless eye, he couldn't see the trajectory of this sword beam. Ling Xiao actually wanted to attack Jiang Chen's Dantian more. But his Tai Chi eye told him that Lion Fearless was wearing a treasure in his Dantian. At least, the escape light couldn't pierce through it. That would be a waste of an attack. This was why Ling Xiao had chosen to attack his opponent's throat. Even though he couldn't kill him, he could still strike fear into his opponent's heart. And he was injured. You can actually hurt me? Looks like your reputation is not undeserved. But now that you've pissed me off, Dai. With an angry roar, Lion Fearless actually transformed into his beast man form. This fellow was originally a beast race cultivator from the savage beast region. He had the bloodline of the golden lion. He hadn't used it before because he had underestimated Ling Xiao. However, having his throat pierced by Ling Xiao made him vigilant. He knew that he had no choice but to act. Otherwise, he would really die. Lion Fearless' speed increased tremendously as the golden lion bloodline erupted. Coupled with his black wind steps, if Ling Xiao didn't use his body of cosmic light and earth elemental golden light technique, he wouldn't have been able to escape. It was impossible for him to be his opponent. Boom! Ling Xiao sensed his opponent's attack and swung his sword to block it. However, his opponent's strength was simply too terrifying. A surge of fist energy surged over. Coupled with the tidal fist special effect, Ling Xiao's speed was restricted and he took a heavy punch. With a grunt, he flew backward. He flew backward because of his opponent's strength. Ling Xiao couldn't help himself. If it were someone else, they probably wouldn't be able to do anything. However, Ling Xiao suddenly took out the red lotus hellbow in midair. He shot an arrow at Lion Fearless. Lion Fearless didn't react at all. Normally, sword techniques couldn't reach him from a distance. However, who would have thought that Ling Xiao from the Immortal Island knew how to use a bow? As the red lotus hellbow was rather eye-catching, Ling Xiao specially wrapped it with the immemorial hellfire. It caused some changes to it. This way, even if the people of the Golden City saw it, they definitely wouldn't recognize it. Chi! Lion Fearless' hands were directly pierced through. The flames from the arrow caused burns to his body. However, at this moment, Lion Fearless didn't roar like a madman. His eyes glowed with a blood-red light, and he suddenly disappeared. This Black Wind Steps is really terrifying. It's worthy of being a peak 9th level Emperor level martial arts technique. Maybe I really should change my movement technique. Falling Plum, Clear Shadow Steps can't keep up with the development anymore. Ling Xiao flew backward for a distance of more than 1,000 meters before he stopped. The moment he stopped, he used the escape light again and attacked in a certain direction. In the eyes of others, there was nothing there. However, with his Tai Chi eye, he could see that it was Lion Fearless. However, this sword didn't pierce Lion Fearless. Only an afterimage was left behind. Lion Fearless' fist landed on Ling Xiao's body again. If Ling Xiao's body wasn't strong enough, his ribs would have been broken. Damn, as expected of a beast man. This strength isn't just for show. Ling Xiao frowned, but his face remained calm as usual. The East Victory Sky, sword in his hand, kept stabbing. It also gave Lion Fearless a lot of trouble. In addition, he had injured Lion Fearless twice before. At this moment, Lion Fearless was obviously a little weak. He was no longer at his peak. Therefore, even if Ling Xiao didn't use the Universal Divine Fist and Void-Shattering Finger, he wouldn't lose in a short time. I can't continue like this. Ling Xiao prepared to activate the Sky Tyrant Martial Soul. Now, facing an expert at the peak of the Dan realm, he was still at a disadvantage. Unless he used the Sky Tyrant Martial Soul, he could fight. However, at this moment, a voice sounded. Dodge! Ling Xiao recognized that the owner of this voice was Gao Shen. As one of the 10 Holy Sun, Gao Shen had been in the 8th position for 3 years. He was also familiar with this place. After entering, he first exchanged for 2 sets of martial arts techniques on the first page. Then he came to find Ling Xiao. He wanted to tell Ling Xiao what he knew. He didn't expect to see Ling Xiao and Ling Xiao fighting with Lion Fearless as soon as he found Ling Xiao. Therefore, he naturally came to help. Ling Xiao was now his great holy master, his friend. He couldn't just stand by and watch. Ling Xiao's figure flashed, and he moved out of the way. Gao Shen swung his saber, and the violent aura made Lion Fearless frown. Perhaps in a one-on-one fight, Lion Fearless wouldn't be afraid of Gao Shen. However, there was Ling Xiao, who was difficult to deal with. Lion Fearless had to think things through. He didn't want to be ambushed by Ling Xiao while he was desperately blocking Gao Shen's attack. Ling Xiao wasn't a good guy. Do you still want to continue? Ling Xiao looked at Lion Fearless and sneered. Humph. Lion Fearless snorted and turned to leave. He knew very well that if Ling Xiao and Gao Shen joined forces, he wouldn't be a match for the 2 of them. Ling Xiao also knew that even if he joined forces with Gao Shen, he would at most suffer great losses with Lion Fearless. He would let others take advantage of him. At this stage, their main task wasn't to kill their opponents, but to find the easiest way to get the most kill points to exchange for martial arts techniques. Humph! How dare you make fun of me? You're courting death. Lion, fearless, rushed directly to the 4 people from the sacred city of Sin. The 4 of them had been watching from the side. Lion, fearless, couldn't take down Ling Xiao and Gao Shen, but he wasn't afraid of the 4 of them. Go! The 4 of them turned and fled. However, one of them was still eliminated by Lion, fearless, Tidal Fist. Only 3 of them left in a hurry. At this moment, Ling Xiao and Gao Shen had already entered Massacre God Pavilion. Chapter 4405. Thank you, Ling Xiao said to Gao Shen in Massacre God Pavilion. If it wasn't for Gao Shen's help, Mo Wuji would have to use his Sky Tyrant martial spirit to deal with Lion Wuju. Although it wasn't dangerous, it was troublesome. What are you thanking me for? I'm your subordinate now. It's my duty to save you. Gao Shen waved his hand. Then I won't stand on ceremony. You can use Massacre God Pavilion first. Also, I'll have to trouble you to help me protect Lion Master Castle and Yilingyan. I'm going to play a big game. Ling Xiao smiled. He had seen the martial skills in Massacre God Pavilion. They weren't suitable for him. Coincidentally, it was Gao Shen's sword skill. It was suitable for Gao Shen to cultivate. No problem. Gao Shen didn't reject him. Since he had joined Fighting Soul Sacred City, he couldn't ignore the first Sacred Master's words. Thank you. You're thanking me again. I have to say it when I need to. Goodbye. Ling Xiao left Massacre God Pavilion again. He knew that there was a problem with his number plate. Gao Shen had told him about it. Gao Shen had also told him about the rules of the first stage. He had benefited a lot from it. However, he couldn't throw away his number plate. It was the key to advancing to the next stage. The designer must have taken note of this point. However, it was beneficial to Ling Xiao. It could attract martial artists to chase after him. He wouldn't have to waste much time and would gain a lot of kill points. The people outside Massacre God Pavilion had all left. Lion Fearless was no longer around. Ling Xiao started to look for the next Massacre God Pavilion. He believed that since there was a first and a second one, there would definitely be a third one. Not long after he left the second Massacre God Pavilion, he was targeted. This time, it was a martial artist from Sin's sacred city. This person was also in the advanced stage of the ultimate core realm. It seemed that his previous guess was right. Among the 3,000 holy cities, there were indeed many people hiding their strength. Although most of them were not as strong as the 6 holy sons, they were much stronger than the 4 holy sons. The cultivator from the sacred city looked at Ling Xiao and asked coldly, "Where is Gao Shen?" "Let's go." You actually let him go? If not for Gao Shen, you would have been killed by Lion Fearless. But this is good. Let me take care of you. The 300 kill points on you are really attractive. The other party sneered. If you want to fight, just do it. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Ling Xiao said disdainfully. As you wish. The other party sneered, and his fists suddenly turned jet black, as if they were molded with black iron. It exuded a hard and cold aura. In the next moment, he suddenly took a step forward and pounced on Ling Xiao like a leopard. His jet-black fists were wrapped in the power of the demonic way, making people feel as if a demon was coming. However, this person did not cultivate the demonic way, but he had the power of the demonic way. Ling Xiao instantly realized that this guy must have exchanged for martial arts techniques from somewhere. And it was a demonic way martial arts technique. Although his mind was occupied with these thoughts, Ling Xiao's attacks did not stop. The heavenly sword of the East Victory suddenly appeared. With a flash of cold light, it pierced the other party's fists like lightning. Ding! The strange thing was that the fists were as hard as iron. Not only did the sword not pierce through, but it also made a sound of metal clashing. It was as if the sword did not hit the other party's body, but rather the other party's weapon. It shook Ling Xiao so much that his perlicue hurt. Ling Xiao retreated and frowned slightly. The man could not help but sneer. "I thought you were strong. Now it seems that you are just SOSO. I heard that you cultivate an extremely fast sword technique. However, it's a pity that the martial skill that I cultivate is definitely not something that your sword technique can contend against. Because you can't hurt me." Naturally, he had his own confidence in his words. He had exchanged for a perfect defensive martial arts technique, the demonic protective technique. It gave him the ability to resist a beginner 10th level Emperor level martial arts technique. Its defensive power could be said to be extremely strong. Therefore, he thought that Ling Xiao could not even break through his defense. "Is that so? Then I really want to see just how strong your defense is." Ling Xiao sneered and attacked again. The heavenly sword of the East Victory in his hand kept stabbing at the other party. At first, the other party was a little afraid, so he chose to dodge many times. But in the end, he was still stabbed by Ling Xiao's heavenly sword of the East Victory. However, after being stabbed, he was not injured at all. This made the other party arrogant and proud. There was no longer any dodging. He decided to meet force with force. Seeing this scene, Ling Xiao smiled. What he did was actually to kill the other party faster and more easily. In fact, it was not difficult for him to break the other party's defense. He could do it by using the escape light. But he did not, because once the other party was on guard and the escape light was targeted, it was very likely that he would not succeed. If he wanted to kill the other party in one strike, he had to make the other party underestimate him. Now he succeeded. The other party did not dodge and let the long sword pierce his body. Then there was no need for him to be polite. Escape light. In just an instant, the other party felt a great threat. But when he wanted to dodge, it was already too late. The escape light was so fast that unless he predicted it in advance, it was impossible to block it. The escape light, which was obviously a level higher than the other party's demonic protective technique, directly pierced the other party's dantian. The inner core shattered. The other party looked at Ling Xiao in shock. You lied to me." "Yes, I lied to you. Who asked you to be such an idiot?" Ling Xiao pulled out the sword and blood splattered. The energy of the other party's shattered inner core poured into Ling Xiao's body. Then the body fell to the ground. At the same time, a message appeared in Ling Xiao's mind. After killing this guy, he actually got 400 kill points. It seemed that this guy also wanted to accumulate 1,000 kill points to exchange for a more powerful demonic protective technique. Unfortunately, he took advantage of it. 700 killing points. But it was still not enough. This guy's technique is not bad. I have to go take a look. Ling Xiao realized that the demonic protective technique was not bad. He cultivated the demonic black tortoise physique. If combined with the demonic protective technique, his defense would be greatly strengthened. As long as the other party could not kill him, he had many ways to slowly exhaust the other party to death. Therefore, to him, defense was even better than offense. Thinking of this, he flew in the direction that the other party had come from. With his Tai Chi eye, he could naturally remember the route clearly. Along the way, he encountered a few more encirclements, but they were all here to give him kill points. This allowed his kill points to reach more than 1,000. Not only that, but after a series of killings, his escape light had also been upgraded to proficient. Just proficient, its power was already close to a mid-level, 10th level Emperor class martial skill. It was indeed powerful. With more than 1,000 kill points, he did not waste any more time. He directly entered the Shadow Warrior form and flew toward the Massacre God Pavilion. Even if others could find out where he was from the number plate, they would not be able to find him. The number plate only showed the approximate range, not the exact location. Mobile version update website. M. Chapter 4406. Because of the number plates, a large number of cultivators were attracted. All of them gathered near the Massacre God Pavilion. Ling Xiao purposely waited outside the Massacre God Pavilion for a while. Once he stepped into the Massacre God Pavilion, these people wouldn't be able to find him. He wasn't here for kill points, but to lure these people away. The more people who came to kill him, the safer Gao Shen, Lion Xiaobao, and Yi Lingyan would be. Seeing that it was about time, he turned and walked into the Massacre God Pavilion. This Massacre God Pavilion was different from the previous two. The first was sword techniques, so the Massacre God Pavilion emitted a proud sword intent that was incomparably sharp. The second was saber techniques. The Massacre God Pavilion emitted a domineering saber intent that made people tremble in fear. This third area was very strange. Just as Ling Xiao approached, the demon god's sword soul reacted. It seemed eager to try. Could it be that this place doesn't just have the heavenly demon protection technique? Could it be a divine demon secret technique? Ling Xiao was a little excited. However, guesses were just guesses. Before he entered, he wouldn't be able to verify them. Thinking of this, he entered the Massacre God Pavilion. Thousands of people gathered outside the Massacre God Pavilion. These people didn't just come from Scarlet Sun Sacred City, Sin Sacred City, and Divine Sword Sacred City. There were also many cultivators from other sacred cities. However, they didn't belong to the Battle Alliance. The strangest thing was that they didn't kill each other. They seemed to have set their sights on Ling Xiao. However, they didn't expect there to be a Massacre God Pavilion here. If Ling Xiao stepped into the Massacre God Pavilion, he might be able to obtain even more powerful martial techniques. His strength would also become stronger. Therefore, some people were afraid and chose to leave. As for the others, they did not leave. Perhaps it was because there were more people, but they didn't believe that Ling Xiao could do anything to them. At this moment, Ling Xiao obviously didn't know what was going on outside. Or rather, he didn't care at all. The moment Ling Xiao stepped into the Massacre God Pavilion, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. This damned place was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Moreover, this was the true Massacre God Pavilion. There were 2 corpses in the Massacre God Pavilion. They still maintained the appearance from tens of thousands of years ago. The corpse didn't dry up and was even in perfect condition. A celestial demon pierced its sharp claws into the body of another beast god. The beast god's fist also hit the heavenly demon's vital point. It was as if the scene from 10,000 years ago had stopped. It was very strange. The heavenly demon wasn't a top heavenly demon, and the beast god wasn't a top beast god either. However, their strength had definitely reached the divine physique echelon realm and above. Otherwise, it was impossible for the corpse not to decompose. At this moment, Ling Xiao had a shocking guess. This desolate beast space was very likely the place where heavenly demons hid after they died. He was discovered by the beast god. Thus, a great battle began. Those slaughter god pavilions were probably created by the heavenly demons. He could tell that these heavenly demons were definitely an intelligent race. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to build such an exquisite building. 2,000 kill points. When Ling Xiao injected his soul power into the corpses, he discovered that they were trying to comprehend the martial techniques in the corpses. It actually consumed 2,000 kill points. Although he also had the heavenly demon protection technique and beast god's demon breaking fist, which cost 200 kill points, he could still use them. However, Ling Xiao wasn't interested. The kill points consumed were twice that of the escape light. Thus, their power and rarity were naturally twice that of the escape light. At this thought, Ling Xiao looked toward the entrance of the Slaughter God Pavilion. He couldn't help but smile. He was thankful that so many people had come to die this time. He now had a source of kill points. He didn't waste any time and directly rushed out of the Slaughter God Pavilion. Taking advantage of the fact that those people hadn't reacted, he started a massacre. Anyway, they were all people who came to kill him. If he killed them, so be it. He didn't pity them at all. Moreover, not all of them were dead. Many people chose to leave after their vitality reached its limit. This way he could also obtain kill points. Half an hour later, Ling Xiao stood guard outside the Slaughter God Pavilion's entrance and accumulated more than 1,000 kill points. Together with the previous kill points, it was just over 2,000. He didn't continue fighting. It would be troublesome if he attracted a stronger opponent. Thus, he returned to the Slaughter God Pavilion. He opened the second page of the book. This Slaughter God Pavilion book only had 2 pages. It was no wonder that the second page required 2,000 kill points. The moment he opened the book, Ling Xiao felt as if his soul realm was about to explode. Terrifying information surged into his soul realm like a flood. At that moment, he almost fainted. However, relying on his powerful soul power, he didn't make a fool of himself. Anyway, there was no one else here. If he made a fool of himself, so be it. Ling Xiao smiled and sat down cross-legged. The image of a vast battlefield appeared in his mind. This was clearly a war between the heavenly demons and gods. Not only were there beast gods, but there were also human gods. These should be the peak existences of the Black Tortoise continent in the past. The heavenly demons were filled with bloodthirsty, killing intent. Their cold eyes were filled with a terrifying aura. Endless darkness spread across the battlefield. On the other side, the gods were filled with determination. Every one of them was filled with fighting spirit and righteousness. This wasn't an internal conflict. It was a war against an external enemy. Thus, unity, enthusiasm, and a fearless aura filled the entire battlefield. Half of the battlefield was filled with demonic aura, while the other half was filled with righteousness. The center was where the 2 sides were fighting. No one seemed to be able to do anything to the other. Suddenly, the 2 torrents collided. The battle between the gods and the heavenly demons had begun. At that moment, Ling Xiao's heartbeat accelerated. He was really disappointing. However, he couldn't be blamed. The scene was too real and too shocking. It was as if it was happening right in front of his eyes. He even felt as if he was there. Both sides were crazily fighting. It was as if this was a war with no end. Both sides suffered heavy losses. In the end, the scene froze. It was the scene that Ling Xiao saw when he stepped into the Massacre God Pavilion. Immortal God Demon Art. The name of a cultivation technique appeared in Ling Xiao's mind. This immortal God Demon Art could allow one to cultivate the power of gods and demons. It was different from strength and true essence. It was a special kind of power. It might even surpass God essence. With the power of gods and demons, Ling Xiao would have a huge advantage in battle. And it wasn't just that. The immortal God Demon Art had a complete set of offensive and defensive methods. And as for what grade it was, to be honest, Ling Xiao couldn't tell at all. Anyway, he was sure that it was more powerful than any of the martial techniques he had mastered so far. It was even more terrifying than the 12 divine beasts technique. Fighting to the death, gods and demons were eternal. Perhaps this was the top cultivation technique in the Black Tortoise continent. Ling Xiao felt that this immortal god demon Art could be used for a long time. During the process of comprehending, the black and white light constantly tempered Ling Xiao's body. Ling Xiao actively circulated the immortal god demon Art, and the process became even faster. Black and white light, 2 types of power. While tempering his body, the power of gods and demons also appeared. Once it was circulated, it would start automatically as if some kind of law. There was no need for Ling Xiao to deliberately control it. It was as if the war between gods and demons continued. Chapter 4407. Ling Xiao was cultivating the immortal fiend Art in the Massacre God Pavilion, but he didn't know that there was a huge commotion outside. The desolate beast space was completely enveloped by black and white light. The people outside couldn't see what was going on inside. They could only feel a terrifying aura being released. Even a divine physique echelon expert, like the Beast Tamer General, stood up in shock. What's happening in the desolate beast space? Everyone looked at the Beast Tamer General in shock. The Beast Tamer General was the person in charge of this golden battle, and he was also the head judge. His decision could affect the entire process of the competition. The first stage had been going on for more than 2 hours. The number of people who died or were eliminated exceeded 50,000. Most of the cultivators killed each other. A portion of them were killed by the desolate beast space. It had only been slightly more than 2 hours. There's no need to panic. Someone must have found the source of the desolate beast space. The Beast Tamer General sat back down, feeling a little surprised. The desolate beast space would open every year for thousands of years, but nothing like today had ever happened. It seemed like there was indeed someone amazing among this group of youngsters. He started to look forward to it. Ling Xiao didn't know what was happening outside. He was completely immersed in his cultivation. Half an hour later, the Massacre God Pavilion's door opened. Only then did Ling Xiao open his eyes. In his eyes there was a white light and a black light. It was as if he could see through day and night. Evil and justice, darkness and light. He exuded an extremely profound aura. He stood up slowly. The Immortal Fiend art is indeed amazing. It actually allowed my physical body to advance to the beginner 10th level of the Emperor realm. Below the core shattering realm, who can be my opponent? Ling Xiao smiled faintly and walked out. Perhaps it was because the commotion earlier was too big. It caused many cultivators to leave out of fear. There were about 100 people guarding outside the Massacre God Pavilion. There were also 10 people in the core realm. Interesting. I'll use you guys to test my moves. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with a hint of malice. Kill. The 100 people didn't hesitate at all. They had originally planned to wait for Ling Xiao to appear before launching their attack. It was time to act according to the plan. Ling Xiao looked at these people with contempt and stood there without moving. It was like a towering mountain, tall and straight, tenacious and unyielding. One could faintly see black and white light dancing on his skin. A fiend god sat on the black tortoise, coldly looking at everything before him. It was cold and solemn. It contained a terrifying killing intent. The celestial demon black tortoise body changed again, and now it had transformed into the celestial demon black tortoise body. He could directly use the power of fiend gods. It was much stronger than the previous heavenly demon black tortoise body. With the same level of physical defense, the black tortoise body was more than 100 times stronger. Ding! Boom! Pa! 100 attacks landed on Ling Xiao at the same time. Ling Xiao did not dodge and allowed them to attack. However, the attacker sensed that something was wrong. Their attacks didn't seem to hit a single person. Instead, it was a sculpture made of extraterrestrial black iron. At the same time, it was as if he had crashed into a mountain made of steel. It was unshakable. What the hell? Could it be that he exchanged all the kill points for martial techniques? But what kind of freaking martial technique is this? Why is it so powerful? These 100 people were at least alchemy extreme realm martial artists. Among them, there were even 3 late-stage alchemy extreme realm. But attacking together, they actually failed to cause the slightest bit of damage to Ling Xiao. This was simply something inconceivable. It was also no wonder that these people felt like they had seen a ghost. Ling Xiao was still standing there, smiling coldly. He was like a fiend god, forever standing tall and never falling. Monster. This is a monster. Those people whose strength were weaker were scared out of their wits. The other party's defense was so strong. How could they win? Something that was simply impossible. Shut up, he's just one person in the end. We have so many people. What's there to be afraid of? A late-stage alchemy extreme realm martial artist roared angrily. That's right, do your best, cripple him. Amidst the angry roar, one of them urged 100% power, completely erupting the attack. The rest also followed one after another. The power of the attack from before increased by at least 5 to 6 times. The attack frenziedly vented on Ling Xiao's body. But it was useless. He was tyrannical. The cool breeze brushing the mountain ridge. He was strong. The bright moon shines over the river. Ling Xiao just stood there, unmoving as if he was a god. The cold smile at the corners of his mouth was full of mockery and ridicule. Still want to continue? Ling Xiao said with a smile, "This is impossible. Even if you exchanged for a martial technique, it's impossible to be so powerful. What exactly did you get?" This time, even the 3 martial artists at the late stage of the ultimate stage of the core realm were frightened. They already did their best. But Ling Xiao was safe and sound, without a single injury. This was simply like a dream. Everyone stood there, even forgetting to run, because the shock brought to them by the attack this time was too great. Next, let's swap roles. I'll let you all know my cruelty. A hint of a cold smile curled at the corners of Ling Xiao's mouth. Kill. He finally made his move. He did not use a sword, nor did he transform. He just threw out a punch casually. The target was the late-stage alchemy extreme realm martial artist closest to him. His fists were shining with a bright divine light. God's fist. The late-stage alchemy extreme realm martial artist sensed that something was wrong and stabbed his sword in horror. He tried to block Ling Xiao's attack. The weapon in his hand was a celestial-grade Heavenly King artifact, and it was the best weapon among the celestial-grade Heavenly King artifacts. He thought that even if he could not hurt Ling Xiao, it should be no problem to block it. However, it was useless. Facing the fist that was shining with divine light, the celestial-grade Heavenly King artifact weapon shattered. Then the fist force continued to blast out, directly hitting the body of the late-stage alchemy extreme realm martial artist. Boom! The poor late-stage alchemy extreme realm martial artist was blasted into pieces. Not only that, the pieces flew out and killed more than a dozen nearby martial artists. In just an instant, more than a dozen martial artists were killed, just like that. They did not even have a chance to escape. At this point, many martial artists were actually unwilling to choose to leave, because once they did, the martial technique they exchanged would disappear. That would really not be worth the loss. It was precisely because of this thought that it became easier for Ling Xiao to kill them. This is so terrifying. In the stands, many martial artists sucked in a breath of cold air. Although he didn't know what kind of martial skill Ling Xiao had used in that punch, the power of the attack was so strong that it was frightening. His entire body was bathed in white divine light, as if a god had descended. But he was clearly not a god. The remaining people saw this extremely cruel scene, and they were so scared that their legs and stomachs cramped. Their hearts were beating wildly. Terrifying. This was simply inhuman. What kind of martial technique did this guy exchange for that it was so terrifying? Chapter 4408. Run. Finally, someone reacted and chose to escape. What a joke. In front of one's life, martial techniques were nothing. As long as one could escape, it was fine. However, there were still some people who were unwilling. They were unwilling to choose to escape. There was only one outcome for them, and that was death. Ling Xiao smiled contemptuously and punched out. In the void, a huge fist suddenly appeared. The fist was wrapped in white holy light, similar to the previous heaven covering palm print. However, its power was much more powerful. This fist was like a falling comet, enveloping everyone in it. Block it. Someone shouted. The remaining dozens of people circulated their true origin and resisted with all their might. They used all their means to block this god's fist. Boom! The moment of contact, Everyone felt as if the sky had collapsed. Everyone's arms were broken at that moment. The terrifying power blasted down without pause. Everyone was smashed into the ground. In an instant, more than a dozen people were killed. The remaining people were also seriously injured and vomiting blood. What kind of power is this? How can it be so terrifying? Could it be that he has really grasped the power of God? Those who did not die were extremely terrified. At this moment, Ling Xiao was like a god. The power of God, God's fist. Ling Xiao's reply sounded. Then a huge hand appeared again. This time it was not a fist, but a palm. It was a huge hand that was exactly the same as the heaven-covering palm print. This was the result of Ling Xiao combining the Immortal Fiend technique and the heaven-covering palm print. The attack power was not inferior to the god's fist at all. After all, fists and palms were different. Each had its own uses. The fist was more violent. The palm's coverage was wider. The effect was better when used interchangeably. A brand new heaven-covering palm print fell. And in an instant, those dozens of people were also killed on the spot. The kill points have increased to more than 1,000. I can exchange for it again. Ling Xiao headed to the next Massacre God Pavilion. What he could not forget was actually the movement technique. If he could exchange for a 10th level Emperor movement technique, it would be of great help to his strength. There were still about 30,000 people left. There should still be some time before it ends. Now that Ling Xiao had activated his Tai Chi Eye, it would be easier for him to find the Massacre God Pavilion. Kill! However, along the way, they encountered many dangers. Suddenly, someone launched an attack. A sword radiance flew up from the ground. It was a direct hit to his vitals. This was clearly an ambush that had been prepared for a sneak attack. Perhaps he was afraid that Ling Xiao was too strong and couldn't be defeated. Die! Ling Xiao didn't even look at it and pointed his finger. The void-shattering finger pierced through the void and instantly pierced through that person's inner core. Now that he had the evasive light and the immortal fiend art, Ling Xiao had more trump cards. He no longer cared about exposing his void-shattering finger. Naturally, he had to use the most appropriate method to kill his opponent. And it wasn't a waste of time. After killing his opponent, he did not stop and continued to advance. A Massacre God Pavilion had already appeared in his vision. This Massacre God Pavilion had a similar feeling to the first Massacre God Pavilion. It should be a sword-type Slaughter God Pavilion. Although the evasive light was strong, it only had one move. It was too monotonous. If he could supplement it, it would be better. After killing that cultivator, his kill points had increased by 900. It looked like this guy had been accumulating kill points to exchange for the martial skill on the second page. In the end, when he only had 100 kill points left, he was intercepted by Ling Xiao. It was really sad. However, this couldn't be blamed on Ling Xiao. He was the one who sought death. How could he blame others? When he was about to reach the Massacre God Pavilion, Ling Xiao was discovered by more people. Some people chose to avoid him because they couldn't afford to offend him. Some people became excited because of the dense killing intent emitted from Ling Xiao's body. It was said that the more kill points one had, the more obvious their killing intent would be. They believed that Ling Xiao must have a lot of kill points that he hadn't exchanged for. Furthermore, Ling Xiao was only at the mid-heavenly core realm. Many people didn't see his face, so they didn't know that he was Ling Xiao. Since they had met such a soft persimmon, how could they not come? Ling Xiao had accumulated nearly 2,000 kill points. He didn't want to continue killing, but if others insisted on attacking him, he couldn't just sit there and wait for death. When he arrived in front of the Massacre God Pavilion, he was suddenly surrounded once again. Get lost! The voice of God exploded from the tip of his tongue. The terrifying voice sent dozens of people flying. These people who were sent flying were actually separated from their bodies in midair. Their bodies couldn't withstand the enormous pressure. Ling Xiao's kill points had increased to more than 2,000. This guy is so domineering, so strong. With just a roar, he killed dozens of heavenly core warriors. What kind of skill is he cultivating? Many people who wanted to attack Ling Xiao chose to give up. They stayed far away from him. But there were also those who weren't afraid of death. Ling Xiao, you came at the right time. I'm a cultivator from Scarlet Sun Saint City, and I'm here to take your dog life. Among the crowd, a late-stage core realm cultivator roared as he leapt towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao smiled in disdain. If it was before, he would have a headache dealing with a late-stage core realm cultivator for a long time. But now die. Ling Xiao sneered, then he raised his right hand. The man was imagining himself killing Ling Xiao and being rewarded by the Scarlet Sun Saint City's Saint Lord. But in the end, he saw a fist covered in divine light flying towards him. Impossible. How can he be so strong? Block it for me. Terrified, he immediately tried to block the attack. Most people would do the same thing. When encountering danger, the first thing they would think of was to block it. But right now, he realized that he was like a small sapling in a flood. He was so weak, so tiny. How could an ant shake a tree? He was just courting death. Boom! Without any surprise, the fist smashed the Scarlet Sun Saint City cultivator into pieces. After all, these people's physical bodies were generally weaker than their cultivations. The physical strength of this late-stage core realm cultivator was probably not even at the beginner 9th level of the Emperor level. Facing Ling Xiao's attack, he naturally had no way to resist. After killing the Scarlet Sun Saint City cultivator, Ling Xiao couldn't help but frown, because a terrifying yet familiar aura came from afar. In an instant, it had already arrived nearby. Lion Fearless? Ling Xiao sneered. He had been injured by Lion Fearless before. Just nice. It was time to take revenge. You actually didn't choose to run away? Lion Fearless floated in midair, looking at Ling Xiao coldly with a proud expression. Why should I run away? Ling Xiao laughed. Do you think you can fight with me, Lion Fearless, just because you exchanged for the martial arts technique? But don't forget, you exchanged for the martial arts technique, and I, Lion Fearless, also exchanged for the martial arts technique. You've become stronger, and so have I. But the extent of your strength is definitely not as strong as mine, Lion Fearless said confidently. It seems that you didn't gain any advantage in the previous battle, did you? Ling Xiao mocked. In the previous battle, even if he didn't use his trump card, he didn't lose to Lion Fearless. He didn't know what this guy was so proud of. Read. Chapter 4409. A laugh came from the crowd. He probably couldn't help but laugh when he heard Ling Xiao mocking Lion Fearless. However, he didn't expect that he would lose his life because of this. Boom! Lion Fearless snorted and threw a punch. The martial artist who laughed was killed on the spot. Lion Fearless didn't even look at that person from the beginning to the end. It was as if he had just killed a noisy fly. He stared at Ling Xiao, his eyes filled with incomparable coldness. A violent aura surged towards Ling Xiao. The last time he gave up, it was because Ling Xiao was with Gao Shen. However, Ling Xiao was alone now. Whoever dared to offend him had to die. The most depressing thing was that Ling Xiao's sword had injured him. He couldn't bear such humiliation. You are arrogant. After staring for a while, Lion Fearless sneered. No, I'm just speaking the truth. Ling Xiao was very calm. He had never been afraid of Lion Fearless. If Fearless Lion wanted to fight it out here, he wouldn't mind at all. The rest of the people left. They couldn't afford to offend either Ling Xiao or Lion Fearless. Moreover, both of them were people who killed decisively. If they offended them, they might lose their lives. It was better to stay away, lest the mortals suffer when the immortals fought. You guys kill him! Sure Wujiu suddenly sneered and shouted at the cultivator who was still waiting nearby, trying to take advantage of the situation. Those people were dumbfounded when they heard this. They didn't leave because they wanted to take advantage of the situation. No matter who won between Lion Fearless and Ling Xiao, both sides would suffer in the end. They might be able to take advantage of the situation. However, they didn't expect this to happen. If you don't do it, die. Lion Fearless said coldly. Everyone looked at each other, and in the end, they all gritted their teeth. In comparison, they were more afraid of Lion Fearless. After all, Lion Fearless was ranked 4th among the 10 Holy Sun. Whether it was in terms of cultivation or fame, he was superior to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's reputation had risen recently. However, many people were still unconvinced. Do you want to die? Seeing those people walking towards him, Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with a cold light. There were 2 reasons why these people were willing to listen to Lion Fearless. The first level was Lion Fearless. The second level was for the kill points on his body. More than 2,000 killing points. If he could get it, he would definitely be able to exchange it for a very good martial arts technique. Hee, looks like none of you are afraid of death. Not a single person left. Ling Xiao suddenly laughed. Originally, he had no intention of killing anyone. After all, it was getting closer and closer to the end of the first stage. He still wanted to exchange for the 3rd martial arts technique or technique as soon as possible. But now, these people wanted to find trouble with him. Since that was the case, he would kill them first. Lion Fearless looked at this scene coldly. What he had in mind was very good. He didn't want to offend Red Sun's Sacred City, Sin Sacred City, and Sword Sacred City. So he asked Ling Xiao to kill these people. Then he would kill Ling Xiao. The things he would get would definitely be better, and he wouldn't have to offend anyone. Speaking of which, those 3 sacred cities still owed him a favor, because he killed Ling Xiao. This guy was really greedy and sinister. Are you still not going to attack? Lion Fearless urged. Go. There were about 500 people besieging Ling Xiao. All of them were powerful. Ling Xiao sneered. He had already activated his vital essence and condensed his moves. At this moment, his whole body was shining with divine light. These divine lights suddenly condensed and formed countless fists around his body. Endless divine fist. All of you go to hell. Following Ling Xiao's angry roar, countless divine fists blasted out, as if turning into a fist storm. It smashed into the crowd in an overwhelming manner. Not only was it extremely fast, but it was also extremely powerful. Boom, boom, boom. In just an instant, all the martial artists below the ultimate Dan realm were killed instantly. They died tragically on the spot, their flesh and blood mangled. The martial artists above the ultimate Dan realm reacted and hurriedly blocked. But their fates weren't much better. One by one, their bones were shattered and screams were heard. The endless divine fist was endless. Although the power of each punch was weaker than a divine fist, it still had 70% of the attack power. The key was that as long as Ling Xiao's vital essence wasn't exhausted, the attack wouldn't stop. Even if these people could block it once, they couldn't block it a second time. In the end, they still couldn't avoid the tragic fate of being smashed into meat paste. The key was that these people couldn't escape even if they wanted to. The fist storm that filled the sky smashed down like a meteor shower. Furthermore, it was an extremely dense meteor shower. If one couldn't avoid it in time, they would be smashed. Once smashed, they would immediately become dizzy. Only a few people relied on their defensive Dharma treasures or cultivated powerful defensive martial techniques to escape the range of the endless divine fist in a sorry state, fleeing in a panic. In the blink of an eye, more than 300 of the 500 people died. Many of the remaining 200 people also chose to escape. There were only a few dozen people left at the scene. These people were all late-stage, ultimate Dan realm martial artists. A message appeared in Ling Xiao's mind. This time, his kill points actually directly increased by 3,000. His total kill points reached more than 5,000. This guy's strength is too terrifying. This kind of power, I've never seen him display it before. Could it be that he got it from the Massacre God Pavilion? It must be. His luck is so good to obtain such a powerful ultimate skill. This kind of martial technique must consume at least 10,000 kill points. How many people did you kill? Lion Fearless was also somewhat shocked. 10,000? Ling Xiao was stunned. Actually, he also felt that with the magical power of the Immortal Fiend technique, it shouldn't only cost 2,000 kill points. This plaything, regardless of power or growth rate, was much stronger than the escaping light. Actually, Ling Xiao was mistaken about one thing. The martial technique in the Massacre God Pavilion wasn't the Immortal Fiend technique at all. It was the Heavenly Demon Protection technique and the Beast God Demon Breaking Fist. The comprehension of the Immortal Fiend technique was completely due to the image of the tyrannical martial soul. It allowed him to comprehend something more fundamental. For this plaything, let alone 10,000 kill points, even if it was 100,000 kill points, it would still be impossible to obtain without luck. Even Ling Xiao himself wasn't sure how much of an advantage he had gained. A bunch of trash. Since you can't do it, these kill points will belong to me. Lion Fearless looked at Ling Xiao excitedly. 5,000 kill points, enough for me to exchange for a martial technique worth 10,000 kill points. Lion Fearless' eyes shone with greed. True yuan gushed out of his body like a volcanic eruption. His long black hair danced crazily. He felt that he was about to drool. In the next moment, he moved. His body disappeared from the spot and suddenly appeared in front of Ling Xiao. Falling plumb clear shadow step. Cosmic body. The moment Lion Fearless arrived, Ling Xiao disappeared. Then a sword light appeared. Escaping light. Lion Fearless couldn't dodge such an attack. Chapter 44:10. The speed of the escaping light was too fast. It was too sudden. However, since he had experienced Ling Xiao's attack before, Lion Fearless knew that if Ling Xiao wanted to kill him, he would have to shatter his inner core. Or else, he wouldn't be afraid of being injured anywhere. Swoosh! The sword beam pierced through Lion Fearless' throat. Ling Xiao knew that his opponent would focus on defending his dantian, so he wouldn't waste his energy. Humph! Although this sword strike is fast, its power isn't weak either. But if you want to kill me, you'll need at least 100 sword strikes. Can you do that? Lion Fearless coldly harumphed, and a combat blade appeared in his hand. So this guy wasn't good at fighting with his bare hands, but with his blade. No wonder he was able to join the Slaughter God Pavilion, which was famous for its blade techniques. The Fearless eye flashed. It was as if something had changed. 8 trigrams blade realm. A cold voice came out from Lion Fearless' mouth. At that moment, Ling Xiao felt the space around him distort. It was no longer air. It was a space covered by blade energies. Not only that, he couldn't even see the terrain and the situation around him. It was as if he had fallen into a strange formation. There is a formation within a blade skill. This 8 trigrams blade realm is really powerful. He must have already learned it. Ling Xiao thought to himself, and his Tai Chi eye was operating quickly. Go to hell! The moment Lion Fearless unleashed his 8 trigrams blade realm, a huge blade flew towards him from an unimaginable direction. Before the huge blade landed, Ling Xiao could already feel that his body was about to be torn apart. It was too terrifying. God's fist break. Ling Xiao snorted coldly and punched out. With the Tai Chi eye, it didn't matter where his opponent's blade came from. He could accurately determine where it came from. Bang! A terrifying force collided with each other. The huge blade stopped. The god's fist was shattered. In a direct confrontation, Lion Fearless was still stronger. After all, he was a peak core realm warrior. No matter what, Ling Xiao was just a mid-heavenly core warrior. Continue. The giant blade did not shatter. It was just paused for a moment. Following Lion Fearless' furious roar, the giant blade continued to slash down. Humph! Double divine fists. Ling Xiao snorted coldly and used both hands to perform the god's fist at the same time. The first punch caused cracks to appear on the giant blade. The second punch shattered the giant blade. However, at this moment, Lion Fearless' attack came again. With his saber in hand, he had already arrived in front of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao did not dare to be negligent and immediately summoned the 10 Swords Talisman. After all, they were in the 8 trigrams saber domain, so others could not see their battle. He wasn't afraid of letting Lion Fearless know about his talisman of the 10 swords. The moment the 10 Swords Talisman appeared, Lion Fearless' expression changed drastically. 10 sword lights appeared in an instant. Lion Fearless had no choice but to resist with all his might. However, his body was still pierced by one of the sword lights. Another wound appeared on their bodies. I didn't expect you to have such a trump card, but it still can't kill me. You must be at the end of your rope. You, what's going on? Lion Fearless sneered. The 2 wounds did not reduce his combat strength by much. However, when he looked up at Ling Xiao, he realized that Ling Xiao's entire body was bathed in divine light and had undergone a transformation. The core was still divine light, but the surrounding area was burning with black flames. It looked extremely strange. Divine demon fusion, build my body. Divine demon body, divine demon power. One of Ling Xiao's eyes turned black, while the other turned white. The divine demon power flowed wildly in his body, occasionally revealing a holy and mighty aura. Occasionally, it revealed a sinister and terrifying aura. The contradictory body of divine demon and divine demon was actually unified in his body. The reason why it was so easy, there were 2 reasons. Firstly, Ling Xiao had already experimented with the combination of light and darkness long before he entered the samsara cycle. Secondly, Ling Xiao had the divine demon sword soul and was very familiar with this feeling. It was because of these 2 reasons that he could execute the immortal demon technique so perfectly. Are you very surprised? This is the true ability that I have obtained. Why don't you try it? Ling Xiao looked at Lion Fearless and sneered. I am indeed surprised, but it's no big deal. As long as I kill you and obtain your kill points, I can also obtain a similarly powerful martial technique. After a short moment of shock, Lion Fearless' greedy eyes appeared again. There was definitely a terrifying opportunity in the Massacre God Pavilion. He definitely could not miss it. It seemed that this first round might even determine the final ranking of the Golden Battle. Martial artists with good luck and comprehension would be able to successfully reverse the situation in the first round, even if they could not do it normally. 8 trigrams knife realm, activate. It turned out that the 8 trigrams knife realm was just a release and did not have any offensive effects. Activating it now was the true meaning of an attack. At that moment, Lion Fearless in front of Ling Xiao disappeared. What replaced it was an endless stream of saber chi. This place was like a meat grinder. The crazy power was constantly squeezing and tearing Ling Xiao's body. Even though Ling Xiao had the black divine demon body now, his body was still constantly tearing apart. It was as if the earth was cracking. What a powerful attack! Is this the essence of the 8 trigrams knife realm? Ling Xiao frowned. The 4th Holy Sun is indeed not easy to deal with. With my current strength, I cannot win without using the Sky Tyrant Martial Soul. Forget it. There is no need to continue wasting time. The Sky Tyrant Martial Soul was the trump card that Ling Xiao was most unwilling to use, because it was also his final trump card. Once he used it, it meant that he had no other choice. Therefore, he would not use it unless he had no other choice. Lion Fearless, let's leave our duel to the last round. Goodbye. Earth-crossing golden light technique. Whoosh! A ray of golden light suddenly flew out from the 8 trigrams knife realm and entered the Massacre God Pavilion. Damn it! Lion Fearless was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He did not have the time to wait for Ling Xiao here. There were only 20,000 participants left. It could be said that the first round of the competition could end at any moment. Just you wait, Ling Xiao. In the last round, I will let you know how scary I am. Lion Fearless gritted his teeth and left. He went to the Massacre God Pavilion that he had chosen earlier. Ling Xiao had already found the place where he could comprehend martial skills in the Massacre God Pavilion. The battle with Lion Fearless was not completely useless. The energy in his cultivation, had increased to 90%. He was just one step away from breaking through to the late heavenly core realm. Once he broke through to the late heavenly core realm, even without the Sky Tyrant martial soul, he was confident that he could defeat Lion Fearless. 5,000 slaughter points. Ling Xiao looked at the martial skill in the Massacre God Pavilion in shock. There was only one page, and it required 5,000 slaughter points to comprehend. I have no other choice. Learn. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. After all, he had already obtained the Immortal Fiend art and the Escape Light. He did not lose anything. As the 5,000 slaughter points disappeared, a terrifying sword intent suddenly attacked Ling Xiao's body. In that instant, Ling Xiao saw a sword standing in the wilderness, a sword stained with blood. Chapter 44:11. A blood-stained sword stood there. There were corpses all around. There were sky demons, beast gods, human gods, and even demon beasts. He didn't know what this sword meant, but all he could comprehend was this sword. It was a terrifying sword that was clearly chipped, but it was filled with endless killing intent. Is this thing only worth 5,000 kill points? Ling Xiao shook his head. He didn't quite understand. Time is almost up. I should remember this feeling and slowly comprehend it in the future. Ling Xiao definitely didn't believe that something worth 5,000 kill points couldn't compare to Escape Light's sword skill worth 1,000 kill points. There must be something special about the scene in his mind. Just as he was thinking, the entire desolate beast space started to shake. Ling Xiao checked the number plate. After half an hour, there were only slightly more than 1,000 people left. The end of the competition was fast approaching. The beast-taming general stared at the huge crystal ball and sighed softly. According to rumors, as long as the desolate beast space found a fated person, it would completely collapse. Perhaps the warriors inside thought that the space shaking meant the competition was about to end. Actually, this was a sign that the space was collapsing. In the desolate beast space, there were 4 extreme inheritances. As long as someone obtained it, they would find a fated person. These 4 extreme inheritances all required 5,000 kill points to obtain. The rest didn't count at all. Of course, there was another rumor. These 4 inheritances, added together, couldn't compare to an unknown inheritance. But as for what it was, no one knew. Perhaps only the person who obtained it would know. Rumble. The desolate beast space was still shaking. Cracks had already appeared in the space around them. The desolate beast seemed to have gone crazy and started to kill. This seemed to be its final celebration. Kacha! The sound of something breaking could be heard. At that moment, the entire desolate beast space disappeared, as if it had never appeared. As for the remaining warriors, they found themselves standing on an empty space in the divine martial sacred city's battle zone. At this time, most of them had already hidden, so it wasn't easy to see the battle scene. The desolate beast space disappeared. Everyone was shocked, whether it was the participants or the spectators. They were all shocked by this shocking scene. However, this battle was truly tragic. Out of 100,000 people, 30,000 died in battle or were killed. The remaining people were lucky enough to escape, but they were also seriously injured and had no choice but to receive treatment. These 100,000 people were all elites, carefully selected from the billions of people in the 3,000 holy cities. 30,000 had actually died. This test was truly terrifying. However, this was also a matter where one was willing to be beaten and the other was willing to be beaten. Everyone knew that people would die in this test, but they still came. If he died, he could only blame himself for being too weak. If one wanted to survive in the world of martial artists, they would end up like this if they didn't have the strength. Is it over? Someone asked in confusion. In order to protect their lives, some people tried their best to hide, but in the end, they did not manage to exchange for any martial skills. Now that he was lucky enough to survive, he felt like he was dreaming. It's over. The first round of the Golden Battle had come to an end. The remaining 1,500 of you will advance to the next round of assessment. General Beast Tamer's voice rang out. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Some even fell to the ground on the spot. It was not because he was injured, but because he was too tired. He was physically and mentally exhausted. At this point, most people were no longer willing to continue fighting because such a battle would be meaningless. In the spectator stands, everyone was looking at the remaining 1,500 people, because they really wanted to know if there were any of them among the people who advanced, especially those people from the 10 great sacred cities. They naturally paid more attention to this point. After all, they had to defend the glory of the 10 great sacred cities, so someone had to advance. As for those sacred cities that were just bystanders, they had already given orders to their disciples long ago. If they saw that the situation was not right, they would immediately leave. Many people's faces became ugly because they discovered that their martial artists were either eliminated or killed. The hope of advancing was completely shattered in an instant. Hope turned into despair. It really made people feel uncomfortable. There were also some people who were looking for Ling Xiao's traces. It was not only the people from the Battle Alliance who were looking. The enemy was also looking. Those who were hoping that Ling Xiao would be killed or eliminated were all looking. In the last period of time, the scene had already become extremely blurry. They had no idea what happened at all. Therefore, whether Ling Xiao was alive or not was also a question. "He's there!" Someone shouted. Everyone's gazes all looked in one direction. Ling Xiao was walking in a certain direction. The moment the assessment ended, he was also looking for the figures of Lion Xiaobao, Yi Lingyan, and Gao Xin. Fortunately, the three of them were actually together. If the three of them were together, unless they encountered an existence ranked in the top 6 of the 10 Holy Sun, it would be impossible for anything to happen to them. The people from the Battle Alliance cheered. As for those who were enemies of Ling Xiao, their faces became gloomy and ugly. Sacred Lord Scarlet Sun, Sacred Lord Sin, and Sacred Lord Divine Sword were the representatives of these people. I feel that the young master seems to have become stronger again. Green Lotus Swordswoman laughed. Yes, there's a strange aura on his body. He must have obtained some benefits in the desolate beast space. Zhao Fengyin also said, Scarlet Sun, I just counted. Among the 1,000 people, there are only 10 from your Scarlet Sun sacred city. TSK, this is a new low. Didn't there used to be at least 100 people? Ancestor Scarlet Flame looked at Sacred Lord Scarlet Sun and ridiculed him presumptuously. Humph! Sacred Lord Scarlet Sun snorted coldly and did not refute. The truth was just as Ancestor Scarlet Flame said. This time, Sacred Lord Scarlet Sun offended Ling Xiao, and many of his people were killed. It was already very good that 10 of them could advance. The situation in Sin's Sacred City and Divine Sword Sacred City was similar. In the past, the 10 sacred cities had basically monopolized the 1,000 spots. The other sacred cities were basically unable to touch them. Now, because of special circumstances, 1,500 people had advanced, but the 3 sacred cities had fewer people than in the past. How unlucky! In the crowd, Lion Fearless suddenly looked at Ling Xiao. His face was very ugly. In the desolate beast space, he encountered Ling Xiao twice and did not gain any advantage over him. He even made himself very embarrassed. Moreover, Ling Xiao seemed to have more than one good thing on him. This was also why he was very depressed. He, Lion Wujiu, had actually failed to obtain those 4 supreme inheritances. How hateful! If there's a chance in the second round, I'll definitely kill you. Lion Fearless gritted his teeth. Under such circumstances, he did not want to make a move because he would be eliminated. But there was still the second round. Regardless of whether it was Ling Xiao or Gao Xin, as long as he saw them, he would definitely kill them. Gao Xin had helped Ling Xiao previously. Lion Fearless always felt that if it was not for Gao Xin, he could have killed Ling Xiao. Therefore, he hated Gao Xin very much. Chapter 44:12. Lion Fearless didn't want to be eliminated because of a small matter, so he didn't attack. But some people didn't care about this at all. They probably thought that even if they were eliminated, they would kill Ling Xiao. In the crowd, a black shadow was approaching Ling Xiao at an extremely fast speed. His eyes were filled with cold and terrifying killing intent. It was the kind of look that couldn't wait to tear Ling Xiao into pieces. This person was an ascetic knight of discipline, Sacred City. His younger brother was killed by Ling Xiao, although it was his younger brother who provoked him. But a younger brother was still a younger brother. He had to take revenge. When he was in the desolate beast space, he wanted to kill Ling Xiao, but he didn't find the chance. Seeing Ling Xiao advance, and feeling that Ling Xiao's strength had broken through, this ascetic knight couldn't help it. He knew that if he didn't act now, he probably wouldn't have the chance in the future. Ling Xiao's talent was too strong, and he was a very difficult person to deal with. He understood this point very well. Soon, the ascetic knight was close to Ling Xiao. Under the cover of the surrounding warriors, he suddenly attacked and stabbed his spear at Ling Xiao's dantian. At that moment, killing intent was released wildly. The surrounding warriors were so scared that they all dodged. This spear contained almost all of the ascetic knight's power. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao in one hit, not giving him any chance. The tyrannical power could even kill a warrior at the peak of the Dan realm. Stop! Seeing this scene, Forefather Scarlet Flame roared and was about to stop him, but he was too far away. He couldn't save him in time. At that moment, his eyes turned red. He was furious. This was the ascetic knight of discipline, Sacred City. He was really shameless. Stop immediately! The beast-taming general also roared. He was the person in charge of this golden battle. Someone actually killed someone after the first round. If he really succeeded, where would he put his face? A terrifying aura rushed towards the ascetic knight, but he was also very far away. Although it could exert mental pressure on ascetic knights, the effect was not that great. The ascetic knight only had one thought in his mind, and that was to kill Ling Xiao. Since he had already violated the rules, it didn't matter whether he was killed or not. He did not care anymore. At this time, many people showed a gloating expression. The martial artists from Scarlet Sun Sacred City, Sin Sacred City, and Divine Sword Sacred City watched this scene as if they were watching a show. It would be great if Ling Xiao was killed, because anyone could see that. This time, it was impossible for Ling Xiao to block it, and Ancestor Scarlet Flame's rescue was simply too late. Under the gaze of almost everyone present, the spear finally pierced Ling Xiao's dantian. Clang! The tyrannical qi spread out in all directions, blowing a few martial artists in the vicinity away. Something's wrong. Only the attacker would know whether or not this shot had any effect. The ascetic knight was horrified to find that his spear couldn't pierce through. The spear pierced through his clothes and into his body, but the tip of the spear stopped above his skin, as if it had pierced through steel instead of human skin. It's too shallow? That's not right. It doesn't feel like it pierced through. The crowd was also shocked to see this strange scene. The full-force attack of a late-stage ascetic knight at the peak stage of Dan couldn't break through Ling Xiao's defense? How was this possible? You want to kill me? Ling Xiao turned around and looked at the ascetic knight with a disdainful smile. Your younger brother tried to kill me, and I killed him. You want revenge, I can understand. But understanding doesn't mean I can allow it. Otherwise, you can die together with me and reunite with your younger brother in the underworld. Buzz! A violent killing intent was suddenly released. The ascetic knight was shocked. How can you be so strong? In the ascetic knight's eyes, there was only a blood-red long sword. Although this sword had many cracks, was mottled, and was stained with a layer of blood. But the pressure it gave him was more terrifying than any attack he had ever faced. Die! Ling Xiao's voice came. Then he pointed his finger forward. A blood-red sword phantom shot out from his finger. It instantly pierced through the ascetic knight's inner core. In just a split second, the ascetic knight was killed. He couldn't resist at all. Ling Xiao stared blankly at his finger. What exactly is that blood-stained sword? It allowed me to release such terrifying sword qi in a split second. He was still in a daze. The people around him were already terrified. One strike. In just one move, Ling Xiao had killed the disciplined knight, who was at the peak of the pill realm, and the ascetic knight was still ambushing him. He couldn't even hurt Ling Xiao at all. Is it his own strength? Or did he get it from the desolate beast space? Many people were thinking about this, but they couldn't find an answer. After all, they knew too little about Ling Xiao. They only knew that Ling Xiao existed, but they didn't know how strong Ling Xiao was or what kind of martial skills he was good at. Many people didn't know what a martial soul was. Forefather Scarlet Flame stopped in midair. He was only a dozen meters away from the ascetic knight. He couldn't help but laugh. Young master is indeed powerful. It seems that I was a bit rude. He was very happy. Great sacred lord. A roar came from the Fighting Soul Sacred City's audience. Great sacred lord. More and more people began to shout. How could he not be? It was an extreme counterattack, and he was unscathed. In contrast, the martial artists of Scarlet Sun Sacred City, Sin Sacred City, and Sword Sacred City didn't look so good, although they didn't expect the ascetic knight to kill Ling Xiao. But since you ambushed him, you should at least injure Ling Xiao. In the end, nothing happened and you died. What a piece of trash. You made people happy for nothing. The Scarlet Sun, Saint Lord, wanted nothing more than to personally kill Ling Xiao. But he knew he couldn't. The Beast Tamer General was still there. No matter what he did now, he would be digging his own grave. Although divine physique realm martial artists were very precious in the Golden City, they weren't irreplaceable. If he was killed by the Beast Tamer General, no one would say anything. At most, they would sigh. No wonder people say that the ascetic sacred city is no longer qualified to govern the 3,000 sacred cities. I didn't believe it before. But today, to be able to raise such a despicable ascetic knight, the ascetic sacred city is really rotten. The Beast Tamer General looked coldly in the direction of the ascetic sacred city. He reprimanded them. Then he said, "The first round of the Golden Battle has ended. The second round will determine the final 100 people. At the same time, the second round's ranking will also determine your opponents in the third round. If you encounter a strong opponent, you can only blame yourself for not performing well enough in the second round. You can't blame anyone else. Also, before the second round starts, you will have a day to rest. In other words, the second round will start the day after tomorrow. Take this rare rest time to organize what you've learned. Goodbye." After the Beast Tamer General finished speaking, he turned and left. Read. Chapter 44:13. Ling Xiao, you better pray that you don't meet me in the next 2 rounds, or else you're finished. Lion Fearless said before he turned and left. Qi Shao and Black Fang looked at Ling Shao with a cold smile on their faces. Although they didn't say it out loud, the person they wanted to kill the most was Ling Shao. This made Ling Shao feel a lot of pressure. It looked like he had to further master the immortal fiend technique and the blood-stained sword during this one day of rest. How's your harvest? Ling Shao looked at Gao Xin and the others and asked with a smile on his face. Gao Xin nodded and said, "Thanks to the great Saint Lord's help, I've obtained the blade skill I wanted. We've also obtained something." Lion Xiaobao and Yi Lingyan said. These two didn't learn any special techniques, but cultivation techniques that could help them increase their strength, because both of them had a breakthrough in their cultivation. Yi Lingyan had broken through to the early extreme core realm. Lion Xiaobao had also broken through to the peak heavenly core realm. Very good, no matter what you've obtained. Go back and cultivate. Today, the cultivation area is only open to the warriors of the Battle Alliance. Ling Shao said with a smile on his face. All right, see you tomorrow. Gao Shen, Lion Xiaobao, and Yi Lingyan left. After passing the first round, they knew how tough this round was. They believed that the second round wouldn't be easy either. Since that was the case, they wouldn't waste the time they had to cultivate. The Slaughter God Pavilion and the Desolate Beasts no longer existed in the shattered, desolate beast dimension. However, the corpses were still piled up on the ground, and no one cleaned them up. The people of this world are really heartless. Apart from a few corpses that were taken away, there are no other corpses. Apart from the corpses, no one even claimed them. Ling Shao returned to the desolate beast dimension. Although the dimension had collapsed, he could still feel the aura from before. This dimension was connected to the outside dimension, and there was no need to enter through a portal. However, there was still a huge difference between the two dimensions. While walking, he couldn't help but sigh. Finally, he arrived in front of the Slaughter God Pavilion. The Massacre Divine Pavilion had long since disappeared. There were only ruins here. However, within the ruins, there was still an exciting sword chi. Ling Shao sat down cross-legged. Suddenly, blood-red sword chi appeared all over his body. Rays of dazzling light flashed. It exuded an incomparably sharp aura. Ling Shao closed his eyes and immersed his soul into the barren battlefield. Kill. Death. Fresh blood. The blood-stained sword stood firm. However, Ling Shao could not figure out what this sword represented. His comprehension ability was outstanding among all of them. However, this time he felt that he had encountered an obstacle. On the tragic battlefield, there was no more fighting. All of the corpses had already decayed, revealing eerie white bones. Even the weapons had decayed. However, only that sword remained standing there the entire time. It stood there like a proud general, forever guarding this battlefield. It was completely different from the deathless fiend god technique. The immortal fiend god technique allowed one to comprehend battle techniques through battles between fiend gods. With Ling Xiao's wisdom, it was easy for him to grasp it. However, there was no sword technique in this sword. It was just a sword, a strange sword. It seemed to represent slaughter, eternity, and also seemed to be suppressing terrifying souls of the dead. Ling Xiao himself did not know that when he visualized this blood-stained sword, his sword intent was also crazily growing stronger. It was just that others could not see this kind of increase in strength. However, as long as one approached him, they would discover that the rocks around him had all turned into powder. This was the destruction of pure sword intent. The sword intent seemed to be gradually transforming into a physical entity. It filled the entire world. With Ling Xiao as the center, within a 100-meter radius, it was all filled with killing chi. Those snakes, insects, rats, and ants all fled out of this range in fear. Nothing dared to approach. Finally, the sky was already dark. In the collapsed, desolate beast space, there were some unfamiliar figures. Most of these figures exuded an evil and sinister aura, which complemented the dark night. One of them was holding a strange wand. His body was thin and looked like a skeleton. The staff touched the ground. Suddenly, dozens of black gas were released. The black gas engulfed the surrounding corpses. The corpses instantly decayed and disappeared. Ha ha ha! Fight! Fight to your heart's content. Our sacred netherworld city is taking advantage of you. This person sneered. He felt that every time he devoured those corpses, his aura would become stronger. There was an evil force in his body that was constantly roaring. Who is it? He suddenly stopped and looked at a person not far away. His brows were tightly knitted. The sacred netherworld city is really a group of filthy people doing this kind of dirty things. No wonder your sacred netherworld city could rise from the top 2,000 to the top 11 in such a short time. The person smiled faintly and spoke. There was some disgust in his overbearing aura. However, this is still a despicable method after all. It's time for the sacred netherworld city to be destroyed. The sacred saber cities kill the wolf? The person who devoured the corpses sneered. Do you want to meddle in other people's business? Kill the wolf. Believe it or not, I will devour you right now. Yurua, others may be afraid of you, but I, Kill the Wolf, am not. Otherwise you can try. Kill the Wolf said domineeringly. Hee, you don't have to provoke me. I don't want to do it now. Just wait, there are still 2 more rounds. I will definitely suck you dry. Yurua sneered and turned to leave. In the collapsed world, there were many corpses. He did not have time to waste with Kill the Wolf. Kill the Wolf did not chase after him. During the truce of the Golden Battle, participants were not allowed to fight privately. If they did so, once they were discovered, they would be disqualified immediately. Although he was very angry, he could only endure it. On the other side, a group of crows was hovering low in the sky. Suddenly, he discovered that there was a person cultivating below. Ling Xiao was not the only one who came to the collapsed, wild beast space to cultivate. Many people realized that although the desolate beast space had collapsed, the things that remained could still give them a great boost. The group of crows suddenly descended. They rushed towards that person. When that person realized the arrival of the crows, it was already too late. In just a moment, he turned into a skeleton. He did not even have time to scream. As for the crows, they gathered together and transformed into a human figure. They were all warriors of the sacred netherworld city, but they were cautious in the first round of the assessment. But after the assessment, they began to take evil actions. The same thing happened in the collapsed wild beast space, the cultivation area, and even the divine martial sacred city. But it happened the most in the wild beast space. The other places were heavily guarded. The sacred netherworld city was not easy to attack. Yurua coldly absorbed the death energy on the ground and watched her people wreak havoc in the wild beast space. A cold smile appeared on his face. Chapter 44:14. Yurua was not one of the Holy Sun. He was not even ranked. But this time, he would let everyone know the existence of the holy city of the underworld. He knew how terrifying Yurua was. Every time such a competition was held, it would become the holy land of the holy city of the underworld. Those corpses that were not taken away and those warriors that were not paid attention to would become their targets. They were more careful and tried not to offend the people of the 10 great holy cities, so as not to get into trouble. Somewhere, a group of crows locked on to their target again. On the ground, a man in a green robe was sitting cross-legged, cultivating. He did not seem to be on guard against his surroundings. The group of crows swooped down, and a pair of greedy eyes appeared in the darkness. Another one. Ever since the holy city of the underworld took action, they had not encountered any effective resistance. Their actions were swift, and not sloppy at all. Chi! Ah! Suddenly, A mournful scream rang out in the silent night sky. The screams were like the mournful cries of a flock of crows. The dozens of crows were all injured by the sharp sword aura. Frightened, they flew up again. They gathered together and turned into a human figure. However, one of his arms and one of his legs were gone. He was still 100 meters away from the cultivator, but he was injured by the sword intent. This was too shocking. Wasn't sword intent something incorporeal? It was just a kind of will. But why did it feel like it was real? I don't believe it. The warriors of the holy city of the underworld were still a little arrogant. He activated his vital essence and healed his injuries. He took out what seemed to be a treasure and pounced on the cultivator again. But the next moment, an even more violent sword intent attacked. There was no way to resist. The sword intent swept over him like a storm. Not only did it destroy his physical body, but it also destroyed his internal alchemy. The young man sitting cross-legged there did not move from beginning to end. He did not even open his eyes. It was as if the sword intent attacked automatically. The scream was too abrupt in the middle of the night. It attracted the attention of the other 4 warriors of the holy city of the underworld. The 4 groups of crows arrived nearby and took human forms. Everyone was dressed the same. Even the tattoos on their bodies were the same. Even his aura was sinister. That scream just now, it seems to be one of our people? It can't be wrong. Look over there. A broken corpse was still on the ground. Although it was no longer human-like, the scattered pieces of black cloth and broken crow feathers were the best evidence. Brat, how dare you kill the people of our sacred netherworld city? One of them rushed out. However, he was stopped by the martial artist beside him. Wait, something's not right. That's Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao. The Battle Alliance's great holy master Ling Xiao? That's right, it's him. You saw it yourself. He killed a disciplined knight with a single strike. We're no match for them. What's there to be afraid of? There are 4 of us here. Moreover, this brat dared to attack the cultivators of our sacred netherworld city. Not to mention that he's Ling Xiao. Even if he's Qi Xiao, he'll still die. There was never a shortage of reckless people in this world. Don't panic, let's give it a try. One of them picked up a stone from the ground. Then he threw it at Ling Xiao with all his might. Anything thrown with true essence, even if it was just a stone, could cause terrible damage. However, the stone turned into dust as soon as it entered the range of 100 meters. How terrifying! There's invisible sword chi in the air. Seeing this scene, the 4 of them finally knew how their companion had died. Although Ling Xiao was only cultivating, his surroundings were filled with dense sword chi. If they were not careful, they could lose their lives. Moreover, this sword chi was invisible to the naked eye. Was it not sword chi? No matter what it was very dangerous. Let's go. This person is not someone we can deal with. Let's go and inform the young master. Their young master was naturally Yurua. The other 3 nodded in agreement. After seeing the terrifying sword chi, they no longer had the confidence to face Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's strength was beyond their expectations. He was definitely not a person to deal with. Do you think I let you go back and inform the others? A cold voice suddenly sounded. Let's go. Knowing that Ling Xiao had woken up, the martial artists of the sacred netherworld city were scared out of their wits. They hurriedly shouted. However, their surroundings had been sealed by the martial spirit barrier. Even if they turned into crows, they could not fly away. Ling Xiao stood up and opened his eyes. His gaze was like a sharp sword light piercing out. Seeing this, the 4 of them subconsciously chose to dodge. Ling Xiao, our sacred netherworld city, has no enmity with War Soul Sacred City. You've already killed one of our people. Are you still not satisfied? The reckless martial artist of the sacred netherworld city said angrily. Satisfied? You seem to have forgotten whose territory divine martial sacred city is now. Ling Xiao looked at the 4 people in front of him with contempt. Moreover, you didn't make a move because I'm not someone to be trifled with. If I'm not as strong as you, wouldn't I have been killed by you? Since you've chosen to make a move, why should I be afraid? Ling Xiao, don't make wild guesses about things that haven't happened. Besides, you said this is War Soul Alliance's territory. We're just helping to clean up the corpses. Why do you have to make enemies? One of them said, Haha, your words are better than a song. If I didn't know better, I would have thought that I've wronged you. Ling Xiao sneered. In front of him, any quibbling was meaningless. This brat is too arrogant. Let's just kill him. The 4 of us can't do it. There are reinforcements nearby. Now, in the desolate beast space, there are more than 10,000 martial artists of the sacred Netherworld city. Does he think he can overturn the heavens by himself? The reckless martial artist could not bear to listen anymore. He actually wanted to lower his head in front of Ling Xiao. He could not do it. I haven't killed anyone of the sacred Netherworld city. Today I want to try. 10,000 people? That's too little. The sacred Netherworld city dares to offend our War Soul Alliance. Are you ready to be removed from the 3,000 sacred cities? Ling Xiao chuckled. He was not even afraid of Scarlet Sun Sacred City and Commandment Sacred City. Why would he be afraid of the sacred Netherworld city that was ranked 11th? Although these guys were a little strange. But to run amok in his territory, that was not allowed. Boom! The sword intent changed from a circular shape to a fan shape and aimed at the 4 people in front of him. Although they could not see the danger, the 4 of them could feel the prickles on their backs. It was as if they were targeted by countless arrows. Do it! Since they could not escape, they could only attack. The 4 of them released a powerful aura that was eerie and terrifying. The 4 of them were all martial artists of the middle stage of the ultimate Dan realm. When the 4 of them joined forces, even a martial artist of the ultimate Dan realm would be wary. For terrifying auras condensed together and attacked Ling Xiao. Residual blood. Ling Xiao only said softly. Sword intent burst out. The air was filled with the smell of blood. The blood-stained sword contained the 3 types of soul secret techniques. Chapter 44:15. The bloodstained sword contained 3 moves of the soul sword technique. The first move, residual blood, using the power of will to kill the enemy. The stronger the sword intent, the more powerful it was. This was truly impossible to guard against. With the release of residual blood, the only thing the 4 of them could feel was the terrifying sword intent. They could feel the attack coming, but they couldn't see it. The 4 wanted to dodge, but they didn't know where to go. Chi! The semicircular sword intent directly cut open the 4 people's bodies. It wasn't impossible to condense a soul attack into a substance. For example, the elemental secret art used soul power to control the 5 elements to attack. It was extremely powerful, but using soul power to control sword intent to condense a physical attack, to be honest, it was the first time Ling Xiao had seen it. Not to mention these 4 people. They died very peacefully, almost without pain. In an instant, they lost consciousness. The advantage of the soul sword technique was that the body didn't need to move. Using sword intent to hurt people, the enemy would find it difficult to react. In terms of power, it was also linked to soul power. Ling Xiao's powerful soul power finally had a new use. While thinking, several gloomy auras suddenly came from afar. It was exactly the same as the warriors from the sacred Netherworld city. He chuckled and raised his eyes to the distance, but didn't leave. He allowed the black mass of crows to descend. Today, the sacred Netherworld city dared to cause trouble in the divine martial sacred city, clearly looking down on my battle alliance. If I don't do anything, what will happen? Ling Xiao had never been a person who was easy to bully. He was the kind of guy who would give any enemy a headache. A large number of crows flew over. Then they condensed into human figures in the air and fell one after another. You killed my people from the sacred Netherworld city. These people were all wearing black clothes and looked thin and withered, as if they didn't have any nutrition. Obviously, it was because they cultivated some kind of special technique. In this world, there were no benefits for free. Evil techniques could help warriors to improve quickly, but at the same time, it would bring a great burden to the body. Therefore, the warriors of the sacred Netherworld city didn't have a strong physical body, and they were also very ugly. So what if I killed them? This is my territory. You dare to behave atrociously here. I naturally have to do something. Ling Zhao's cold voice sounded. Endless divine fist. He had no intention of showing mercy. He immediately used the endless divine fist. Terrifying divine light enveloped the endless fists as they descended. Although the martial artists of the sacred Netherworld city were not weak. Unfortunately, they met Ling Zhao. In just an instant, dozens of people were smashed into meat paste. A bunch of trash! Ling Zhao glanced at the incomplete corpse on the ground and flew in another direction. There were also martial artists from the holy city of the underworld. It just so happened that he had comprehended the 3 soul sword techniques of the blood-stained sword today. He could give it a try. The next moment he appeared in another place. Standing high above, he coldly looked down at the group of martial artists below. About a dozen people were attacking 2 Battle Alliance martial artists. The martial artists of the Battle Alliance naturally came here to cultivate. Or he could try his luck and see if there was anything good. However, he didn't expect to encounter the sacred Netherworld city's warriors hunting here. Fortunately, their strength was not bad and they were not killed for the time being. However, the other corpses beside them had been sucked dry. Great sacred Lord, help! When the 2 saw Ling Zhao, they were overjoyed and shouted, "Let them go and then get lost. Otherwise, no one in the sacred Netherworld city will be left alive today." Ling Zhao said coldly. However, no one took his words seriously. Ling Zhao chuckled. Residual blood. None of the people below were able to avoid the sudden release of residual HP. The 3 martial artists who were close to the Battle Alliance martial artists were directly cut open. They didn't know what had happened before they died. "Thank you, great sacred Lord." The 2 martial artists of the Battle Alliance were still in shock, but they knew that they wouldn't die tonight. "Don't worry. With me here, you won't die." Ling Zhao didn't see it, so he naturally didn't dare to guarantee anything. However, since he saw the people of the Battle Alliance being attacked, he had to protect them. Go to hell. The people of the sacred Netherworld city had bad tempers. When they saw their own people being killed, they didn't think of escaping. Instead, they launched an attack. In the darkness, a figure suddenly appeared near Ling Zhao. A fishy smell of evil hit him in the face. At that moment, Ling Zhao frowned and felt a little disgusted. "Escape light." Ling Zhao pointed his finger, and a shining sword light instantly pierced the attacker's dantian. Now that he was killing people, he naturally had to destroy the dantian. Because other places couldn't kill at all, he could only seriously injure them. Ah! Only a miserable shriek could be heard, and then it abruptly stopped. The corpse fell, and there was no more breath. However, what Ling Zhao didn't expect was that the other martial artist of the sacred Netherworld city had turned his companion's corpse into black gas and sucked it clean, devouring the vital essence of his own people? That's really vicious. However, after devouring, the martial artist of the sacred Netherworld city had indeed become a lot stronger. "Ling Zhao, don't think about leaving alive today. You can kill one of us." "Do you think you can kill tens of thousands of us?" As he spoke, he suddenly tore a talisman, and a strange sound rang in the air. Then, a large number of martial artists of the sacred Netherworld city rushed over. "You two stand behind me." Ling Zhao called out to the 2 martial artists of the Battle Alliance. What followed might be a tough battle, but he liked it. Ling Xiao, today we must devour your vital essence. Suck your blood essence dry. We will turn you into the spoils of war of our sacred netherworld city. A cold voice sounded. It was a master of the late stage of the alchemy realm. However, he seemed to be over 100 years old. He definitely wasn't here to participate in the golden battle. Let's work together and suck him dry. Following his order, the rest of the martial artists of the sacred netherworld city urged their vital essence. The terrifying black gas all aimed at Ling Xiao, wanting to suck Ling Xiao dry on the spot. Great sacred lord, be careful. You just need to hide. Ling Xiao said lightly. They were just a bunch of mobs. As long as there were no martial artists of the perfection of the alchemy realm, he didn't need to be afraid. Suck me dry? Then I'll just suck you dry first. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with scarlet light. Sword essence burst out from his body. The glaring red light made him look more strange and ferocious than the martial artists of the sacred netherworld city in the middle of the night. What is this feeling? The martial artists of the sacred netherworld city frowned. Ling Xiao gave them a very dangerous feeling. But at this time, the arrow was on the bow and had to be shot. Since the attack had been launched, it would be inappropriate to withdraw it. They could only bite the bullet and attack. Soul Sword Technique 3rd Style Bloodthirst. After residual blood was bloodthirst. Bloodthirst was even more cruel than residual blood. You are courting death. Don't blame me. Along with the cold voice from his mouth, a red light enveloped everyone on the ground. Peak M. Chapter 44:16. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Everyone was pierced by a blood-red sword chi. The sword chi was connected to the blood-red sword on Ling Xiao's back by a faint red line. The blood-red sword was the bloodstained sword. Although it was incomplete, it was full of deterrence. What the hell is this? Even the warriors of the sacred city of the underworld, who had always been known for their strange moves, were shocked by Ling Xiao's strange attack. It's not over yet. Ling Xiao smiled gently. Suddenly, the warriors of the sacred city of the underworld felt the blood and true essence in their bodies fly along the red line. It entered the blood-stained sword. The blood-stained sword began to gradually repair the gap. No one was not afraid of death. Even though the warriors of the sacred city of the underworld were used to death, they were still afraid. However, they were attracted by the blood-red sword chi and could not escape at all. They were like souls caught by the hand of the god of death. They could no longer break free. Ah! Horrified screams rose and fell one after another. The only thing they could do at this time was to scream. In the darkness of the night, it sounded a little creepy. In order to cultivate, they abused the corpses of the dead and even used living people to absorb true essence and blood essence. But they never thought that one day they would actually die under the same strange method. That kind of despair, that kind of sorrow, it made them burst into hysterical screams. To be honest, Ling Xiao was also a little surprised. Although residual blood was overbearing, it was basically a one-hit kill. Drinking blood was too terrifying. Such a move could not kill the enemy for half a day, but it could make the enemy panic. It was really suitable to deal with such villains. Screams continued to sound. More warriors of the sacred city of the underworld rushed over. There were also warriors who had entered the collapsed land to cultivate, one after another, wanting to see what was going on. They wanted to know what was going on. Everyone was scared stiff. In the dark night, a blood-red sword appeared behind Ling Xiao, releasing streaks of blood. It was like a blood vessel, absorbing the blood of the opponent. His opponent couldn't die even if he wanted to. He was inconsolable. The scream also alerted Yu Ruo, who was far away. As the young lord of the sacred netherworld city, it was impossible for him to remain indifferent at this moment. He tore through the air and flew quickly in that direction. At this time, the hundreds of cultivators from the holy city of the netherworld had already turned into dried corpses and fell to the ground. The crack on the blood-stained sword had only been repaired a little. He wondered what the sword would look like after it was completely repaired. Ling Shao was suddenly curious. "Bastard, how dare you kill the people of my sacred netherworld city? You're courting death." Before Yurua arrives, 2 more warriors from the sacred netherworld city came to die. Ling Shao didn't even look at him. With just a thought, remnant blood broke through the air. The 2 of them were cut in half at the waist in midair. He fell to the ground. At this moment, Yurua finally arrived. He looked at the dried corpses on the ground and revealed an expression of anger that he had never shown before. "You did it." Yurua looked at Ling Shao. A crazy aura was brewing on his body. Ling Shao frowned. Yurua was very strong. Sure enough, a cultivator in the completion of the ultimate Dan realm was not to be trifled with. "Yes, I did it. So what?" Ling Shao looked at Yurua and sneered. It was true that the opponent was very strong, but there was no need for him to be afraid. "I'll kill you," Yurua roared. "Kill me? Can you do it?" Ling Shao chuckled. "Young lord, it's not good. An expert is coming." Suddenly, a cultivator from the sacred netherworld city exclaimed. Yurua's face changed greatly. "Ling Shao, I'll remember you. You better not let me meet you in the last 2 rounds. Otherwise, I'll kill you." After speaking, he broke through the air and fled quite quickly. His hatred for Ling Shao was understandable. This time, he led 10,000 cultivators from the sacred netherworld city to pick up the scraps. In the end, thousands of people were killed before the matter was completed. And the most important thing was that Ling Shao found out and the plan fell short. If he did not settle this score, then he would not have the face to return to the sacred netherworld city. It's all like this. Boring. Ling Shao had been threatened by Lion Fearless before. Now he was threatened by Yurua. He felt that these people were ridiculous. If you want to kill, then kill. What's the use of these words? "Young lord, are you okay?" A moment later, Ancestor Scarlet Flame rushed over and asked anxiously, "What can happen to me? Why are you here?" Ling Shao asked curiously. "Just now, a few of us were ambushed by the cultivators from the sacred netherworld city and died miserably, although those cultivators from the sacred netherworld city were also intercepted and killed by us. But they told us the situation here. I rushed over immediately," Ancestor Scarlet Flame explained. "Sacred netherworld city? Haha, there's one more hostile sacred netherworld city." Ling Shao smiled. There were more things to do. Soon, it was the day of the 2nd round of the competition. The venue of the 2nd round of the competition was still a small world. Unlike the 1st round, this small world was a very long road. It was about 10 miles or so. This road was full of dangers, all kinds of traps, mechanisms, and even arrays. What the cultivators had to do was to enter from the entrance and exit. There were a total of 100 entrances. 1,500 people would enter from here. Although the Discipline Knight was killed by Ling Shao, there was a replacement, so there were still 1,500 people. The exit was different from the entrance. There was only one. It happened to be near the arena of the last round. At this time at the entrance, the participants stood in front of different entrances according to their number plates. After the 2nd round, if nothing unexpected happened, there should only be 100 people left. These 100 people would participate in the last round of the arena. Who would become the new 10th Holy Sun? Who would be chosen by the City of Gold? Everyone was looking forward to it. In the 1st round, more than 90,000 of the 100,000 people were eliminated. In the 2nd round, it was unknown how many of the 1,500 people would die and how many would be eliminated. But this battle would definitely not be simple. Many participants had already arrived, and the judges were still eating. After all, it was impossible to let the judges wait for the participants. Qi Xiao and Black Fang had already arrived. The two closed their eyes and each occupied the front position of an entrance. There were only 100 entrances for 1,500 people. Each entrance had 15 people. Whoever entered first would definitely have the upper hand. In fact, the competition for the second round had already begun at this time. Those who were stronger naturally occupied better positions. Yu Ruo and Lion Fearless also arrived very early, and each occupied the first position of an entrance. These two were also looking for Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao had not arrived yet, and no one knew what had happened. "He's here." Yu Ruo stood up and looked at Ling Xiao, who was walking over, with hatred in her eyes. However, Ling Xiao acted as if he did not see it. He chatted and laughed with Gao Shen, Lion Xiaobao, and Yi Lingyan. Chapter 44:17. It's the same as the first round. If you really run into trouble that you can't solve, just leave immediately. Your life is more important than anything else. You can get more glory in the future, and the resources will be provided by the Battle Alliance. You don't have to feel too much pressure. Ling Xiao reminded them. Of course, he was mainly talking to Lion Xiaobao and Yi Lingyan. He was worried about these two people the most. Don't worry, we're not kids anymore. We know if it's dangerous or not. We won't make you worry. Lion Xiaobao smiled. That's good. Although Lion Xiaobao wasn't afraid of anything, he wouldn't drop the ball at a critical moment. He knew how to be flexible. He raised his head and looked at the 100 entrances. The entrance led to a place called the Path of Snakes. The entrance looked like a jumping, poisonous snake. Even before they entered, they could already feel a sense of dread. He wondered what interesting things would happen in the Path of Snakes. After all, a place like the Slaughter God Pavilion appeared in the first round. Compared to the first round, the second round shouldn't be too bad. Even if it wasn't as magical as the first round, there should still be some benefits, and the danger wouldn't be small. Actually, a distance of 10 miles was really short for a divine core warrior. Under normal circumstances, most warriors would only need to spend 10 minutes to reach the destination. But the Path of Snakes wasn't normal. Also, the order of the battles would be decided by the 100 participants in this round. The closer they were to the front, the weaker their opponents would be. It was very beneficial for them to break through. Although for someone like Ling Xiao, whose goal was to become the champion, it didn't seem to be very useful. But in fact, the later they met powerful warriors, the less they would have to reveal their trump cards, and the less their stamina and true yuan would be consumed. There were still many benefits. Ling Xiao. An icy cold voice suddenly sounded out. Following that, an aura that felt like the netherworld was unleashed. Ling Xiao smiled and looked at the direction where the voice came from. Brother Ruo, is there something you need from me? Ling Xiao said with a smile, I'm going to kill you. After saying that, an even more frightening killing intent turned into a black python and pounced towards Ling Xiao. Along the way, many people's clothes were blown up by the wind. However, when this aura arrived in front of Ling Xiao, it stopped abruptly. It was as if the 1-meter radius around Ling Xiao was some kind of forbidden zone. What, are you planning to make a move here? Ling Xiao sneered. I'm just giving you a warning. Don't ever meet me again. Yu Ruo's deathly pale face, coupled with her ice-cold voice, gave many people a feeling of extreme terror. At this time, people really sympathized with Ling Xiao. He had offended Qi Xiao and Black Fang. He had offended Lion Fearless again. Now he even offended Yu Ruo. This person was really unlucky. Or rather, he was so daring that he dared to offend anyone? Could he still live? You reap what you sow. Ling Xiao, you really know how to cause trouble. The one who spoke was someone from Commandment Sacred City. There were only 10 Commandment Knights left in this golden battle. However, only one of them was killed by Ling Xiao. The rest of them were either eliminated or killed in the first round of the chaotic battles. Of course, the remaining 10 people were all experts. 6 of them were in the advanced stage of the Dan realm, and 4 were in the perfect stage of the Dan realm. That's why Commandment's sacred city was so terrifying. If the Commandment Knights also went to the 10 Holy Sun seats, a few of them would probably be able to get in. However, they didn't have such a need before. This time, they participated in the Golden Battle purely because Commandment's sacred city lost the trust of Golden City and could no longer recommend Commandment Knights to enter Golden City. They had no choice but to advance through this competition. Ling Xiao looked at the 10 Commandment Knights with a smile and said, "You guys should take care of yourselves. Before the Golden Battle, you guys wanted to kill me. In the end, I didn't die, but you guys seem to have lost a lot of people. Now there are only 10 left. I wonder what will happen next." Ling Xiao's words caused the 10 disciplinary knights' faces to turn ashen. But even if they wanted to refute, there was nothing they could do. Ling Xiao was telling the truth. The more they refuted, the more petty they would seem. Seems like they can only work together to kill Ling Xiao first. That's the only way to vent their anger. Remember this. Even if there are 10 of us, we can still kill you. Commandment Knight Mu Feng coldly looked at Ling Xiao and gritted his teeth as he spoke. Mu Feng was ranked 7th among the Commandment Knights. He was the most powerful ascetic knight participating in the Golden Battle. After all, there was an age limit to participating in the Golden Battle. That was normal. Haha, welcome, welcome. I'm afraid you guys don't have the ability. Ling Xiao smiled and didn't take it seriously. Of course, this was only on the surface. Deep down, he was still wary of this Mu Feng. In terms of cultivation, he was already on par with the 6 Holy Sun. He shouldn't be too weak. Many people were looking at Ling Xiao. Wasn't this great Saint Lord of the Battle Alliance a little too high profile, making enemies everywhere? He was just a mid-heavenly core warrior. He might be able to pass the first round with some tricks. But what about the second round? Even if he was lucky enough to pass the second round, his ranking wouldn't be high. Perhaps he would only meet strong warriors in the last round. Was this really something he could do? What they didn't know was that the reason why Ling Xiao was being so high profile was because he wanted those who hated him to kill him. After the Golden Battle, he would have to leave the 3,000 Saint City. Eliminating more enemies would increase the prestige of the Battle Alliance, and it would be beneficial for the Battle Alliance. After the Golden Battle, no matter if he was chosen by the Golden City or not, he would still leave. He would either go to the chaotic desert or the Golden City. Either way, this place was no longer a place he had to stay. Great Saint Lord, you should be careful. Not only do you have a lot of enemies, they are also very strong. Gao Shen said with a bitter smile on his face, "There's no need to be afraid." Ling Xiao shook his head and said, "Even if I don't have these enemies, we are all competitors in the competition. Out of the 30,000 men who were killed, I only killed 3,000 of them. The rest were killed by others. Therefore, no matter if I have enemies or not, it's all the same. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Sometimes, you're not the one looking for trouble, it's the other way around. Right now, you don't have any other choice. Either you fight, or you back off." "You're right, the judging team is here," Gao Shen muttered to himself. Suddenly, he saw the crowd looking in the same direction. Under the lead of General Beast Tamer, the judging team had arrived at the scene. Let's go, let's get a good spot." Ling Xiao called out, and the 4 of them went to the teams indicated by their number plates. Ling Xiao and Gao Shen both stood at the first place. No one dared to compete with them. As for Lion Masterfort and Yilingyan, they were also given a spot because they were disciples of the Battle Soul Sacred City. They stood at the front of the group. Oh. Chapter 44:18. Lion Xiaobao and Yi Lingyan were not in the first place, but it was good enough. The second round of the Golden Battle was finally about to begin. Everyone was excited. At this moment, Qi Yuan stood up and announced, "The rules of the second round are now announced. Every warrior has to stand in front of the entrance according to their number plate. Go through the snake passage at your fastest speed and reach the exit. The number on your number plate will change automatically. The number will change according to the number of people who come out. For example, if you are the first to go out, the number on your number plate will become 1. The first 100 people will advance. The rest will be eliminated. Do you understand?" Understood. This rule was no different from the previous ones, so everyone understood it beforehand. In addition, I think you all know it. The higher your ranking, the more qualified you are to choose your opponent. Later on, you only have the qualification to be chosen. You may encounter a strong warrior at the beginning and be eliminated. Let me remind you, if you are in the top 20, you will be rewarded. The higher your ranking, the better the reward. Choosing opponents at will. This was interesting. It was different from what they knew before. Ling Xiao could not help but be excited. It seemed that being in the front would give him a great advantage. Whoever he did not like could be eliminated first. This felt good. Of course, he was not the only one who thought so. Others probably thought so too. Therefore, in the second round, the warriors would probably fight to be the first. Lastly, the supplementary rule. When choosing opponents, you are not allowed to choose the top 10. This supplementary rule was even more interesting. Obviously, it was to prevent strong warriors from being eliminated too early. That would be boring. In this way, they only needed to be in the top 10 in the second round. If they were not defeated by warriors below the top 10, they would be able to enter the top 10. Of course, this was not very attractive to Ling Xiao, who wanted to be the champion. It was just interesting. I'd better get into the top 10. I don't want to be the target of others. That's too embarrassing. It felt like picking a watermelon. He would rather be a human than a watermelon. He was not the only one who thought so. Probably the 1,500 people present would think so too. After all, getting into the top 10 was equivalent to having a huge advantage. The countdown starts now. Enter the snake passage in 10 seconds. General Beast Tamer's voice sounded. Many people became excited. He began to circulate his true essence, preparing to rush in as soon as possible, so as not to fall behind others. At the exit of the Snake Way, the final stage was already being set up. The last round was a more traditional battle. It was a competition of true ability. Little tricks were useless. However, everyone's attention was now on the second round. As for the final round, it would have to wait until the second round. The countdown has ended. The 10-second countdown soon ended. Suddenly, streams of aura pierced into the snake path. No matter how dangerous the future is, no matter what dangers lie ahead, in order to enter the Golden City, in order to get the reward, they had to do it. He had to work hard. Ling Xiao also entered the snake Dao immediately. However, after entering, he opened his Taiji eye. This was because he didn't believe that the second round was just a competition of speed. The difficulty of the second round shouldn't be any lower than the first round. Therefore, this so-called snake Dao was definitely not simple. He had to be extremely careful. Otherwise, he would definitely be in trouble. After everyone stepped onto the snake path, the scenery changed automatically. There was no need for people to leave. The space of the snake path was replaced by a big arena. In front of the big arena, there was a huge python with its mouth wide open. That was the exit of the snake path. The designer of the divine martial sacred city was definitely a genius. He made use of arrays and mechanisms to do many interesting things. The audience couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. I wonder who will be the first to come out? The 10 Holy Sun? Or the Dark Horse? Or the high-profile, great, Holy Master Ling Xiao? Such guesses and discussions were constantly being heard in the crowd. However, most people still felt that the first one to come out would definitely be one of the 6 Holy Sun. However, it was uncertain which of the 6 Holy Sun was stronger. After all, it had been a year. Everyone's strength would have changed. Some people felt that Qi Xiao was stronger because he was the champion of the previous competition. He had been the champion for 9 consecutive years. Some people felt that Kill the Wolf was the strongest. Kill the Wolf had improved the most in this year. Of course, some people felt that Lion Fearless was the most terrifying. Some people thought that The Elegant by Yunrei was the most powerful and the most low-key. However, no matter how they discussed it, it was still everyone's opinion. As for the final result, they could only wait and see. Although they knew it wouldn't be so fast, many people still stared at the entrance. They were afraid that they would miss the exciting scene. It's really not simple. Ling Xiao stopped not long after entering the snake path. Furthermore, he heard someone screaming. In front of him, there was someone blocking his way. It was 18 puppets made of bronze. Every one of them had reached the early stage of the ultimate realm of the core. Based on this alone, most warriors below the ultimate realm of the core would probably be eliminated. I knew the second round wouldn't be so easy. Ling Xiao smiled. He directly punched out. The terrifying god's fist sent the 18 bronze puppets flying like a broom. Then he scurried out, although there were only 100 entrances. After entering, everyone seemed to face the same situation. In other words, the situation that Ling Xiao encountered, others would also encounter. He couldn't waste too much time. He flew forward for a distance. This time, what appeared was actually a dense forest. In the dense forest, there were also wooden puppets. Although these wooden puppets were very ugly, they were very scary. As long as one was touched by them, one would be poisoned. Ling Xiao didn't notice at first, so he was poisoned. Fortunately, he had the characteristic of being immune to poison, so he didn't get into trouble. Although these poisons couldn't kill people, they could make people unconscious. Once they fell asleep, this round would be over. Metal would. After passing through the dense forest, Ling Xiao couldn't help but smile. This round was obviously arranged according to the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. First, it was the 18 bronze puppets, then the dense forest of wooden puppets. Would it be the water puppets next? Damn, it's true! After a while, Ling Xiao saw a ball of water transform into a human figure. Although there was only one, it was very troublesome. This human figure actually looked exactly the same as him, and he had also tried to attack. Whether it was the other party's thinking or fighting style, they were exactly the same as him. Interesting assessment. Ling Xiao smiled and suddenly restrained all his aura. At this moment, he was an ordinary person, and that water puppet also became an ordinary person. He didn't attack, but just flew over. Chapter 44:19. The moment Ling Xiao flew over, the water man disappeared in an instant and turned back into a stream of water. I think a lot of people will be eliminated in this round. Although there was only one waterman, it was still very troublesome. Perhaps a lot of people would fight with the waterman because of their preconceived ideas. If they really did that, they would be finished. In fact, the waterman's strength was the same as yours, as long as you had the ability to hide your true strength. Then there was no need to worry. If you didn't, then you would have to fight a tough battle. After passing the water test, it was time for the fire test. To Ling Xiao, this was probably the easiest hurdle he had to go through. Almost at the same distance, a sea of fire appeared. It looked like a red lotus hell. Lava was flowing everywhere. Occasionally, terrifying fire pillars would erupt. The scariest thing was the firemen that appeared in the sea of fire. Although these firemen were weaker than the bronze men, they were only at the peak heavenly core realm. But as soon as they touched them, they would immediately burn. For a warrior, this was a very uncomfortable thing. Of course, for Ling Xiao it wasn't the same. Immortal bird, beast, soul, transformation. Ling Xiao transformed into the immortal bird, beast, soul transformation and flew forward. When those fire men touched the strange flame on his body, they actually merged with it. It allowed his potential to recover once again. It also allowed the energy in his cultivation to continue increasing. Not only did this test not pose any threat to him, it actually helped him cultivate. If it wasn't for the fact that he wanted to pass this test as soon as possible, he really wanted to stop and cultivate. After flying for about a minute, the flame disappeared. The temperature also slowly returned to normal. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. It should be earth in the end. But it was hard to tell what would appear from the earth. Roar! Soon he got his answer. In the tunnel, a giant stone man appeared. The stone man completely blocked the tunnel. It was simply impossible to fly over directly. Besides, this stone man's strength had reached the mid-extreme core realm. He reckoned that many more people would be eliminated, although there were many ways to get through it, but it was meaningless for Ling Xiao. The moment he got close to the stone man, Ling Xiao threw out a punch. God's fist. A fist shining with divine light slammed into the body of the rock giant. Boom! With just one punch, the rock giant shattered. This stage was not difficult. As long as one was strong enough, they should be able to pass it. They managed to get past the rock giant. He had already experienced metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Ling Xiao continued forward. Not long after, an even wider passageway appeared in front of them. Ling Xiao believed that this should be the convergence point of the 100 entrances. Through careful observation, there were no traces of walking on the ground. There was also no aura of other martial artists. From this, it could be seen that he was the first to arrive here. Ling Xiao did not doubt this at all, because he was very confident. Perhaps in terms of combat strength, he was not the strongest. But in terms of overall ability, there was absolutely no one who could compare to him among the 1,000 or so people. Go! He immediately rushed out. Since it was rare for him to get first place, he had to get first place. The exit was right in front of them. They couldn't stop. First Saint, save me. Suddenly, Liu Xiaobao's voice was heard. It was as if he had been attacked. Ling Xiao paused for a moment, then revealed a sneer. He had encountered such a trick before, but he did not expect to encounter it again this time. This was merely an illusion technique. How could a mere illusion technique fool his Tai Chi eye? With just a slight pause, he broke through the air. He did not even delay for a second. After a while, a cave appeared next to the passageway. There was a deep and strange aura in the cave. F*CK, this is too obvious. Are you trying to lure me in? Although that was what he thought, to be honest, for a moment, Ling Xiao was really tempted. This cave was very hidden, but it exuded an aura that was very attractive to martial artists. He believed that most people could not resist it, but if they had to choose between getting first place and entering the cave, it was likely that many people would still be indecisive. Ling Xiao did not think so much because his Tai Chi I had already told him that this was a trap. Although it was not dangerous, it would delay a lot of time. Perhaps some people would think that it was not a big deal to go in and take a look, but he would not do that. Still, he walked forward with determination. Finally, he arrived at the exit of the Path of Snakes. He believed that he was the fastest. As long as he could pass through the Path of Snakes, he would be able to get first place. Although there was no substantial reward for being first place. However, it was very important for him to be able to make a choice. But it seemed like things were not that simple. Before he reached the exit, he encountered another obstacle. They were all warriors formed from the 5 elements of metal: wood, water, fire, and earth. But this time the strength of these 5 martial artists was a little strange. Perfect heavenly core realm, early stage of the extreme core realm, mid-stage of the extreme core realm, late stage of the extreme core realm, Perfect stage of the extreme core realm. 5 warriors, each guarding a door. Only by passing through the first door could Jiangqin reach the second door. If you win, you pass. If you lose, you stay. The elemental man's words were very simple. Ling Xiao sneered, "I'll fight even if you don't tell me that." The first elemental man was only a perfect heavenly core warrior. Jiangqin sneered and crashed into the elemental man. The elemental man stabbed at Jiangqin with a sharp sword. The sword shattered, and Ling Xiao's body crashed into the elemental man, shattering it into pieces. After that, the door behind the elemental man opened. When Ling Xiao stepped into the next door, the elemental man in front of him slowly recovered. The second elemental man was an early stage of the extreme core realm. Ling Xiao was still charging forward without any reason. He knocked the wooden man away. He wasn't even afraid of the poison in the opponent's body. The wooden man shattered. It was the same as the first one. Ling Xiao continued forward. When he reached the third water elemental, this time it was impossible for him not to fight. The water elemental's combat strength was at the mid-stage of the extreme core realm. It was a little troublesome, but it still couldn't block Ling Xiao's physical attack, which was similar to a peak 9th level Emperor Realm martial skill. But after the water elemental was shattered, it didn't scatter. Instead, it reformed. The water even entered Ling Xiao's body, as if it was trying to defeat him from the inside. Tian Peng Beast, devour! Just when the water elemental thought it was going to win, it suddenly felt that its body was being absorbed by Ling Xiao's body, as if it couldn't control itself. It merged with Ling Xiao's potential cells. It turned into potential energy. This water elemental is not easy to deal with. The next test should be a fire elemental, a late-stage extreme core realm fire elemental. As expected, the second round of the test was really difficult. Normally, no one would be able to pass this test. Ling Xiao pushed open the door behind the water elemental and walked in. What an interesting little fella, with just a mid-heavenly core cultivation base. You actually defeated 3 of us. Your talent is truly unparalleled. The fire elemental stood there and said with a surprised expression, Chapter 44:20. The flaming man stood there, but didn't attack. Instead, he talked like an old friend. "It's a pity that you came too early. In the end, you'll be stopped here. Unless someone gets a number plate for the top 10, we won't disappear. If you joined the Golden Battle a few years later, maybe you could get first place." "Damn, what are you doing?" While the flaming man was talking, Ling Xiao suddenly attacked. Time was tight. He wasn't in the mood to listen to this guy's nonsense. "Damn, it's just a puppet element. Why are you lecturing me? Go to hell. Water giant." Water was naturally the best way to deal with the flaming man. The terrifying water giant leaped into the air and pounced on the flaming man. The flaming man was dumbfounded, because he felt a powerful aura from the water giant that wasn't weaker than the completion of the ultimate Dan realm. Boom! The water giant and the flaming man collided. The flaming man was extinguished. Ling Xiao walked to the last door. "Don't talk nonsense. If you want to do it, just do it." For Ling Xiao, only the rock man at the completion of the ultimate Dan realm in the last door could pose a threat to him. The previous 4 were simply a waste of time. "I didn't expect you to come here. Let's fight. If you pass my test, you can get first place." The last test was still a rock giant, but it was much stronger than the previous one. "Okay, I like your calm personality." A smile appeared on Ling Xiao's face. "Fight." Outside the snake passage, the audience looked at the exit nervously and expectantly. The only exit. The second round of the assessment was different from the first. In the first round, they could see the development process. In the second round, everyone was in the dark. They could only wait for the result. Until now, no one had come out. But it should be about time. They were really looking forward to the first person to step out of the snake passage. Who would it be? The first person must be Qi Shao. Kill the wolf. A bunch of idiots. It must be our low-key young master by Yun Rui. It's too early to talk about the first place. Why don't we discuss who will be in the top 10? Someone suggested. Firstly, if there were too many debates, it would be impossible to get an accurate answer. It would be more appropriate to discuss the top 10. This is good. Based on their previous performances, 6 Holy Sun must be in the top 10. Qi Shao, Kill the Wolf, by Yun Rui, Lion Fearless, Phoenix Voice, and Tian High Peak. But from what I can see, Yu Ruo and Black Fang are not weaker than Kill the Wolf. He might even get into the top 3. All right, let's not talk about the rankings. With these 2 people, there are already 8 spots. Who are the remaining 2? Dong Bo Xiu, you should be counted as 1. He's the 7th Holy Sun, and his cultivation seems to have reached the grand perfection of the Pill Realm. That's good. That's 9. Who's the last one? That's hard to say. Mu Feng of the Discipline Knights is also at the grand perfection of the Pill Realm. He should be qualified. That's not bad. It should be these 10 people. Even if there's a difference, it shouldn't be too big. People were discussing. Most people felt that the top 10 would be these 10 people, except for a few people in Battle Soul Sacred City who supported Ling, Xiao, and Gaoshen. Even many people in Battle Soul Alliance did not think that Ling Xiao could get into the top 10. After all, his cultivation was too weak. But guesses were just guesses. They could not be taken seriously. Beast Taming General was also very interested. Who would get into the top 10? Who would be the first? Qi Shao, Black Fang, or Mu Feng? These were the 3 people he favored the most. But the others who were being discussed were not weak either. Therefore, until the end it was still unknown. After all, there could be a dark horse. Although dark horses were not common, there could always be a few. There were too many variables. What would happen? At the same time, at the exit of the snake tunnel, Ling Xiao held the Eastern Victory Heavenly Sword and Eastern Victory Demonic Sword in his hands. With a smile on his face, he looked at the rock giant, who was covered in wounds. I never thought I would break through here. Looks like luck is indeed on my side. Ling Xiao had been fighting with the rock giant for a long time. He was getting impatient, because he could sense someone's aura coming towards him. Among them, he could sense Qi Shao, Black Fang, and Yu Ruo. He was planning to release the giant Devil King and kill the rock giant. But he never expected that he would break through. He had broken through to the late heavenly core realm. Right now, the strength of all his attacks had increased by at least 100 times. When others broke through to the next realm, their strength would at most increase by 10 times. But for him, it was 100 times or even more. This was why he was able to challenge those at a higher realm. Let me ask you a question. If I defeat you now, when you revive later, will you still attack me? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. I won't, the rock giant said. This was a preset program. Naturally, he wouldn't lie. Then it's easy. Ling Xiao smiled. Residual blood. Suddenly, the rock giant was torn apart by several blood-red saber lights. It was just one move. Although the rock giant had the strength of a perfected ultimate core, he was still much weaker than a martial artist of the same cultivation level. In addition, this guy didn't have the slightest soul power. He couldn't sense any danger at all. Ling Xiao had taken his life with a single strike of critical blood. In the next moment, the rock giant revived. He looked at Ling Xiao in shock. I didn't expect you to be so terrifying after breaking through to the next realm. You flatter me. Ling Xiao smiled. He didn't go out. Instead, he walked into the cave. Because he sensed Gao Shen's aura, he had to help. The first people he saw were Qi Shao, Black Fang, and Yu Ruo. Behind the 3 of them was Gao Shen. With Zhao Fingyun's guidance, Gao Shen could be said to have improved by leaps and bounds. Now, not only did his cultivation level reach the late stage of the ultimate core realm, but his combat ability also improved greatly. In addition, he was smart to begin with. Therefore, it was normal for him to be here. But if Ling Xiao didn't help, Gao Shen would have a hard time against the rock giant. The best ranking he could achieve was probably 6th place, or even worse. Endless Divine Fist. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with a hint of ridicule. He suddenly released a terrifying fist technique. Although Qi Xiao, Yu Ruo, and Black Fang wouldn't be killed by this thing, they would still be injured if they were hit. So the 3 of them had to dodge and block. Without Ling Xiao's call, Gao Shen had already rushed over. The Endless Divine Fist was controlled by Ling Xiao. Naturally, it wouldn't attack Gao Shen. Gao Shen scurried behind him. The first door and the second door were easy to pass. The third door was a bit more difficult. Water Giant. Hell's Gate. Ling Xiao saw that it was about time. He directly released the Water Giant and released a large number of undead creatures from Hell's Gate to stop Qi Xiao and the others. Although it couldn't stop them for long, it was enough for them to leave. Chapter 44:21. At the exit of the snake tunnel, countless spectators were nervously staring at the exit. Many of them could feel the aura of a warrior coming from there. It seemed like someone was coming out. Those who were watching the live broadcast through a secret method were also staring at the camera. Suddenly, a figure jumped out from the tunnel. Who is that? Everyone looked at the figure, trying to see who it was. What appeared in their field of vision was a handsome young face. He was completely unharmed, and he came out the same way he went in. Even his clothes weren't damaged or wrinkled. It made people wonder if he had entered the snake tunnel before. Why is it him? Countless people were startled. They felt like they were dreaming. They thought of many people. Qi Xiao, Black Fang, Yu Ruo, they were all here. But they never thought of this man. The great Saint Lord of the Battle Alliance, Ling Xiao, a mere mid-heavenly core warrior. Oh no, it seemed like he had broken through. He had broken through to the late heavenly core realm. But he was still a heavenly core warrior. This is impossible. Something must have gone wrong. No matter what, he can't be the first. Except for Ancestor Scarlet Flame, Sword Lady Azure Lotus, and Zhao Fengyan, the rest of the people couldn't believe this result. Even those from the Battle Alliance and Fighting Soul Sacred City couldn't believe it. The Beast Tamer General was startled as well. He didn't understand. His impression of Ling Xiao was still vague. He only knew that he was a daring young man. Could it be that he didn't enter the snake tunnel? The Beast Tamer General couldn't believe that a man could come out from the snake tunnel without any injuries. The difficulty of the second round wasn't any lower than the first round. Swoosh! Almost instantly, the second figure came out from the tunnel. This time, it must be Qi Xiao and the others. Everyone was thinking. But when they saw who it was, they were all dumbfounded. Although this man seemed to be in a difficult situation, and he was heavily injured, he was still the second one to come out. *CK, how is this possible? It's actually Gao Shen. Although Gao Shen was also one of the 10 holy sons and his cultivation was much stronger than Ling Xiao's, he was only ranked 8th among the 10 holy sons. This time, it was basically impossible to guarantee the position of the 10th holy son among so many experts. However, the second one had actually appeared. What was going on? Could it be that there was something wrong with the snake path? But thinking about it carefully, if Ling Xiao could get first place, it wasn't impossible for Gao Shen to get second place. Take this. Ling Xiao gave Gao Shen a healing pill. He actually quite admired Gao Shen, although he had helped Gao Shen in the end. But even if he didn't help, Gao Shen would probably be able to get 5th place. Of course, it might be very difficult. However, he was able to reach the final test at the same time as Qi Xiao, Black Fang, and Yu Ruo. This had already shown his ability. Thank you. Gao Xin took the healing pill and hurriedly sat cross-legged to heal his injuries. In the second round, he had an absolute advantage with Ling Xiao's help. However, he still had to fight in the third round, and he had to make sure that his condition wasn't too bad. Ling Xiao, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. F***CKU. At this moment, 3 voices sounded almost at the same time. However, if one looked carefully, one could still see the difference. After all, Qi Xiao was a level higher. Then it was Black Fang and finally Yu Ruo. They were divided into 3, 4, and 5. Finally, there are no accidents this time. The audience breathed a sigh of relief. They thought that something had happened. It seemed that the first 2 people were just lucky. But why did the 3 of them want to kill Ling Xiao? What exactly happened? Do you dare to fight here? Ling Xiao laughed. Yu Ruo was the most impatient. However, Qi Xiao and Black Fang had already accepted this fate. They came to the rest area and sat cross-legged to recover. Just as Ling Xiao said, it was useless no matter how much they hated Ling Xiao. They absolutely couldn't fight here, otherwise, all their previous efforts would be wasted. Ling Xiao, I'm going to kill you. Yu Ruo threw down a fierce sentence before going to recover. He also knew very well that the next battle was going to be. Since it had already come to this and couldn't be changed, he could only accept it. I'll wait. Ling Xiao smiled and sat down. Although he didn't consume much energy at all, he still needed to recover his strength. Ling Xiao, looking at you, it doesn't look like you've been in a fight. Did you use some special talisman and run all the way here? It seemed like Ling Xiao wasn't convinced that he was the first one to come out. Qi Yuan couldn't help but ask. As the judge, it was inappropriate for Qi Yuan to ask such a question. But he was from Red Sun Saint City, so it was normal for him to ask such a question. When the crowd heard Qi Yuan's question, many of them agreed with his judgment. If not, how could Ling Xiao, a late Heavenly Core warrior, be the first one to come out? He must have used some special method to cheat. This was definitely possible. Right at this moment, many people were looking at Ling Xiao with disdain. They all thought he was an opportunist. Ling Xiao looked at Qi Yuan with disdain and said, "Why would the Golden City send a loser like you to be the judge? General Beast Tamer, aren't you going to teach your men a lesson?" Qi Yuan didn't expect Ling Xiao to refute him on the spot and even call him a loser. He was too daring. "Shut up!" General Beast Tamer suddenly roared out. "Did you hear that? The general asked you to shut up." Qi Yuan looked at Ling Xiao proudly and said, he was still from the Golden City, and General Beast Tamer was still on his side. "I asked you to shut up. You're a disgrace. If something like this happens again, you'll leave the judging panel immediately." General Beast Tamer stared at Qi Yuan and said coldly. As soon as he said this, everyone was stunned again. What was going on? "General, what's wrong with you?" Qi Yuan was startled, and he was unconvinced. "Don't you understand now? I want you to read through the contents of this assessment before the start of the Golden Battle. I bet you didn't read it. In the second round, you won't be able to use any invisibility techniques or talismans. Pass the trial without fighting? How can you think of something like that?" General Beast Tamer was really embarrassed. Why did he bring such an idiot here? He was so focused on insulting others that he didn't even notice that his underwear had fallen off. It's true. It says here that because of the special design of the second round, invisibility talismans and invisibility techniques won't work. At this time, the audience also took out the booklet and looked it up. In that case, Ling Xiao is the real winner. He didn't use any tricks at all. But how did he do it? I think he must have hidden his true strength. That's right, it must be. The audience was basically fence-sitters. They were mocking Ling Xiao a moment ago, but now they were looking at Ling Xiao with admiration. Instead, they treated Qi Yuan as a fool. Chapter 44:22. As I said earlier, if young master wants to be first, no one can stop him. Ancestor, Scarlet Flame, laughed very happily. From the beginning to the end, he had never doubted his own judgment. Because of the heavenly demon ghost realm, in his eyes, Ling Xiao was simply an omnipotent existence, even though this was only the result of the second round. But he believed that no matter how many rounds there were, the final result would not change too much. Then, the sixth to appear was Kill the Wolf. Motherf asterisk her, I will definitely kill Lion Fearless. Kill the Wolf sat down beside Ling Xiao, somewhat unhappy. It seemed that he was dragged down by Lion Fearless. The seventh to appear was Lion Fearless. The two of them had obviously fought inside, and both of them were injured. That was why they came out so late. This is for you. Ling Xiao gave Kill the Wolf a healing pill. Now everyone was considered friends, and Kill the Wolf had helped him a lot. Thank you. Kill the Wolf was not polite, directly swallowing it, and fiercely glared at Lion Fearless. Who do you think will be the eighth? Gao Shin asked with a smile. It must be that girl Feng Yin. Kill the Wolf said casually. Why not by Yunruei? Ling Xiao was somewhat curious. By Yunruei, that bastard harmed many girls inside. Due to the delay, he will probably be the 10th to come out. Kill the Wolf might be rough, but he was still very smart. Sure enough, the 8th was Feng Yin. The 9th to come out was actually the Discipline Knight, Mu Feng. The 10th was by Yunruei. After that, Tian Hai Peak, Dongbo Xiuyu, and the others appeared one after another. Ling Xiao was not very interested in the following rankings. To be honest, he did not expect Lion Master Bao and Yi Lingyan to pass, as long as they did not die. But what surprised him was Yi Lingyan was actually the 49th to come out. Lion Master Castle was even more impressive. He was the 36th person to come out. No one knew what this guy did inside, but he was already half dead when he came out. Ling Xiao hurried forward to treat his injuries. During the healing process, the second round quickly ended. A total of 100 warriors advanced to the final round of the competition. The Beast Tamer General stood up and looked at everyone. First of all, congratulations on passing the second round of the test. Hearing this voice, the 100 people heaved a sigh of relief. As for those who were eliminated, they were dejected. Many people were not necessarily weak, but they were stuck at some checkpoints and were extremely depressed. Now, the final round of the Golden Battle was about to begin. This was a very exciting event. Now, wear your number plates in an obvious position so that others can see them. General Beast Tamer continued. Although this person looked lazy, he had actually done a lot of homework for this Golden Battle. He couldn't be mocked by these juniors. The 100 people did as they were told. They took out the number plates in their hands and wore them in a conspicuous position. Who is number 1? Qi Xiao or Black Fang? It must be Qi Xiao. Most of the warriors who came out later didn't know who got into the top 10. They didn't even know who was number 1, so they were very curious. As they asked, they looked at Qi Xiao and the others. Qi Xiao is number 3. Black Fang is number 4. Yurua is number 5. Kill the Wolf is number 6. What's going on? Are they all wrong? Stop looking around. The first and second places are there. Those who knew the truth reminded them. Only then did they look over. In the end, they found the most dazzling golden number plate. Number 1. Damn, it's actually him? The great saint of the Battle Alliance, who recently rose to prominence? That's impossible. Such a piece of trash only got to where he is today by relying on his backer. How could he get first place? The heavens must be blind. Yeah, this piece of trash got first place. The people behind him must be happy. I really hope he'll get first place. Hearing this, Yi Matian couldn't bear it. He looked at the number plate of the warrior who humiliated him. TSK 96? Fourth from the bottom. That's really amazing. Ling Xiao chuckled, his words full of sarcasm and sarcasm. Hearing this, that person wanted to crawl into a rat hole. Ling Xiao, if you're so good, don't ask those 3 seniors for help. Let's fight one-on-one. Do you dare? That person roared. Do you really want to make a fool of yourself? Fine, I'll pick you first. Ling Xiao actually knew this person. He was one of the disciplinary knights. In the second round, all 10 disciplinary knights from the disciplinary sacred city advanced. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, many people were envious of the disciplinary knights. At the beginning, they encountered the weakest, first place. This battle probably wouldn't take much effort. Those who thought so probably hadn't seen how Ling Xiao killed Lu Mingho, who drank the water of sin. Ling Xiao smiled but didn't say anything. There was no point in saying more. Soon the battle would begin, and he would be the first to pick his opponent. Soon it would be proven. All right, stop talking. Now, let's start the first stage of the third round. Everyone, this isn't a simple battle. This is related to whether or not you can enter the Golden City, whether or not you can become one of the 10 Holy Sun, whether or not you can get more resources and pointers. It will be very beneficial for your future development. So, don't slack off and show your true strength. The beast-taming general's words were very provocative. It made the young people's blood boil. As long as they won, as long as they lived, they could get more. Practicing martial arts was all for this day. All right, let's begin. Ling Xiao, as the number 1, you have the right to choose your opponent first. The beast-taming general looked at Ling Xiao and said with a smile. He was very optimistic about this young man who had an outstanding performance. Everyone liked outstanding juniors. There was no doubt about it, even though the beast-taming general didn't know Ling Xiao before this. Since he knew him today, he would naturally like this young man. After all, he didn't have any grudges with Ling Xiao. Everyone stared at Ling Xiao. They wanted to know who Ling Xiao would pick as his opponent. Although Ling Xiao said he would pick the discipline knight, it was just a casual remark. They couldn't take it seriously. In many people's eyes, since Ling Xiao had the advantage, he would naturally pick the weakest opponent. But no one was afraid of Ling Xiao. Among these 100 men, the weakest was Ling Xiao. The weakest was a peak heavenly core warrior, and he was the only lion Xiaobao. The rest were all martial artists in the extreme realm of Dan. No matter who they were, their cultivation was higher than Ling Xiao's. A bunch of idiots, being picked by Ling Xiao. Just wait for your tragedy. Gao Shen, who had witnessed Ling Xiao stop Qi Xiao, Yu Ruo, and Black Fang by himself, had a lot of respect for Ling Xiao's strength. He believed that among all the ancient martial art practitioners, only those who had reached the consummate stage of the alchemy realm could pose a threat to Ling Xiao. As for the others, they really couldn't do it. Chapter 44-23. Under everyone's gaze, Ling Xiao looked at the ascetic knight who provoked him. This person was ranked 63rd among the ascetic knights, so he was also known as the 63rd ascetic knight. Noticing Ling Xiao looking at him, the 63rd ascetic knight didn't panic at all. Instead, he excitedly stood up with a cold and eerie glint in his eyes. Ling Xiao wants to choose me, that's great. Interesting, since you're looking down on me, the number 1, then I'll beat this idiot up first. With that in mind, Ling Xiao looked at the 63rd ascetic knight and said, I'll choose you, since you want to bully a pushover like me. Let's see if you can actually do it. The 63rd ascetic knight hurriedly jumped onto the ring, as if he was afraid that Ling Xiao wouldn't choose him. He stood face to face with Ling Xiao, about 100 meters away from him. The 63rd ascetic knight coldly said, Today I'll let you know no matter how many despicable and shameless methods you use to get onto this kind of stage. But this place only needs the strong. You definitely can't. So, you should just obediently scram. This place doesn't need a piece of trash like you. The 63rd ascetic knight seemed very smug, as if he had already defeated Ling Xiao before the battle even started. However, Ling Xiao did not even look at him. Instead, he looked in the direction of the judges' seats and said, "Can this battle begin?" Of course. The ring is the battlefield. The moment you step onto the ring, the battle has already begun. We won't give any orders. The battle won't end until one side dies or falls off the ring. Any verbal acknowledgement or surrender won't count. The beast tamer general said. Very well. Ling Xiao nodded. At the same time, the 63rd ascetic knight moved. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he turned into a streak of light and pounced at Ling Xiao. It seemed like he didn't want to give Ling Xiao any chance to prepare. These 63rd ascetic knights were the same as most ascetic knights. They had a divine martial soul. They used divine power to condense power or increase their own attributes, or turn it into the power of holy judgment. The divine power of these 63rd ascetic knights condensed into a white-clothed divine envoy. When the divine envoy appeared, the 63rd ascetic knights were also enveloped in divine light. The entire ring seemed to be ruled by this divine power. Right now, the 63rd ascetic knight was like a divine god descending to punish the criminal Ling Xiao. Divine power, suppress some, purify everything. In front of me, all your tricks are useless. Show your true form, you trash. The 63 disciplinary knights arrived in front of Ling Xiao as soon as the divine voice was heard. Divine power, God's divine envoy. God's God. S divine martial soul. God's divine martial soul. God's divines, divine knight's knight, divine rested God. S God, S. Divine night God. Night S? God's his S. Like a meteor crashing down. Ling Xiao's body was going to be smashed into pieces. Many people were laughing. This time, Ling Xiao was done for. How dare he use his body to block such a powerful attack? Wasn't he just courting death? However, the instant that the terrifying rumbling sound completely disappeared, Yi Zichen's expression changed. The 63rd ascetic knight stood there in shock, as if he had gone mad, because in front of him, Ling Xiao's body was glowing with a bright white light, and he was just standing there as if nothing had happened. The violent wind was blowing his long black hair, and his clothes were fluttering in the wind. But this man was still standing there. He didn't look like he was injured at all. He was like a towering mountain, emitting a domineering aura. Looking down at the 63rd ascetic knight, it was as if he was looking at a tiny dwarf. What was going on? Many people were confused when they saw this. Ling Xiao was just a late heavenly core warrior. Facing the 63rd ascetic knight, who was at the extreme core realm, he was so calm. Facing such a powerful attack, he wasn't injured at all? This was too strange. Of course, the 63rd ascetic knight was the one who was the most shocked. His eyes were filled with madness and fear, as if he couldn't believe what was happening in front of him. He felt like he was dreaming. He knew all too well how powerful the attack just now was. Even an ancient martial art practitioner at the late stage of the Dan realm would die on the spot when faced with such an attack. But Ling Xiao wasn't injured at all. What the hell? His body couldn't help but start trembling. Even the divine messenger martial soul behind him had become much weaker. This was the image of the ascetic knight's martial soul. The stronger the faith, the stronger it would be. If the faith wasn't strong enough, then the martial soul would be weaker as well. Right at this moment, the 63rd ascetic knight was completely dumbfounded. He couldn't understand what was happening at all. This is impossible. How is this possible? The 63rd ascetic knight cried out in shock. The rest of the people couldn't understand either. Many warriors couldn't understand either. Lion Fearless' eyes were filled with hatred. When he fought with Ling Xiao, he had the same feeling. But no matter what, Ling Xiao was only a late heavenly core warrior, even if his body was extremely strong. But the 63 disciplinary knights were warriors at the middle stage of the extreme stage of the core realm, using divine power to suppress everything. Even warriors in the late stage of the ultimate realm of Dan, or even warriors in the complete realm, would not dare to use their physical bodies to resist. If they did, they would definitely be crushed to pieces by this force. But not only did Ling Xiao take it head on, he stood there like a mountain. He was completely unharmed. Just how strong was this guy's physical body? They didn't know, but in fact, Ling Xiao didn't know either. The profound world physique, the black tortoise body, and the beast god martial soul. It was difficult for him to determine exactly what level his physical body had reached. He could only guess that it was around the early 10th Order Emperor realm. Anyway, the 63rd Ascetic Knight's attack was like a tickle to him. It was completely meaningless. My Lord Ascetic Knight, with such little strength, you still dare to come out? It's been hard on you. Ling Xiao sneered, his eyes filled with disdain and ridicule. The 63rd Ascetic Knight's face instantly turned ugly, as if he had swallowed excrement. If I, Ling Xiao, am just a piece of trash, then what are you? Someone who's not even a piece of trash. A ridiculous worm? Ling Xiao continued. Facing such humiliation, the 63rd Ascetic Knight couldn't refute. He insufferably arrogant as he attacked Ling Xiao, and he used all of his strength. But in the end, he couldn't even hurt a single hair on Ling Xiao's body. He felt extremely embarrassed. There was no need to think about the outcome of this battle. He was unwilling, but what could he do? In the end, he was just a worm that wasn't even a piece of trash. Little did he know that when he was insulting and humiliating others, he was insulting himself first. Chapter 44:24. That's right. You just said you wanted to kill me. That's perfect. I also want to kill you. You became a disciplined knight for a better life. You came to participate in this ranking tournament and also to kill me in exchange for your own glory. But I really have to apologize to you. You've already lost that right, because I want to kill you. As soon as Ling Xiao said that, the 63rd disciplined knight realized his end. He turned around in fear, wanting to run away. But a single hand easily sealed his acupuncture points, causing his true essence to be unable to flow, and even his body to be paralyzed. He couldn't leave even if he wanted to. Bloodthirsty plague. Bloodthirsty plague, capable of silently weakening an enemy. But it could also instantly devour an enemy weaker than itself. The poor 63rd disciplined knight desperately struggled. But there was nothing he could do as his body quickly shriveled up. His true essence and even the energy inside his inner core were being sucked into Ling Xiao's body through the blood-red plague. No, Dash. No. I don't want to die. I give up on revenge. Please let me go. Let me go. Anyone could pretend to be righteous and awe-inspiring, but when it came to the moment of death, it was impossible. They were more afraid than anyone else. More terrified than anyone else. In the end, disciplined knights were still humans. They didn't have anything more to offer than anyone else. If they had to say anything more, then it would be pointless faith. In just a few moments, the 63rd disciplined knight turned into dried corpses and fell to the ground. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, felt much more comfortable and stronger. Dead. Seeing this, everyone's heart trembled. Ling Xiao actually killed the 63rd disciplined knight, although this wasn't the first time he killed a disciplined knight. But on a ring like today, this was the first casualty of the battle. This battle will set an example for the rest of the battles. Boom! All of a sudden, a violent aura rushed towards Ling Xiao, who was on the stage. Ling Xiao looked at the person who released the aura with disdain. It was the 9th Lord of Discipline City. Perhaps this 9th Lord had some sort of relationship with the 63rd Discipline Knight. Otherwise, he wouldn't have cared so much. How dare you kill him? So what if I did? What can you do about it? Ling Xiao looked at the 9th Lord with disdain. This was not the first time he had killed someone from the commandment sacred city. How dare someone threaten him like this? Was there something wrong with his head? Humph, I didn't expect this kid to be so tenacious. Not only did he pass the first and second round, but he also passed the second round. Even the 63 disciplinary knights did not pose any threat to him. Big brother, what do you think we should do? Chi Hai frowned. What are you afraid of? The further he goes, the more dangerous it will be. The more experts he encountered, the easier it was for him to be killed. There were many people he wanted to kill, but others only wanted to kill him. Whether it was Chi Shao, Black Fang, Yu Ruo, or Lion Fearless, they all had the ability to kill him. Let's just wait and see. Qi Yuan said coldly, due to the uniqueness of the rules this time, I'm afraid we won't be able to tamper with the formation. But he would encounter it sooner or later. Unless he withdraws himself, there won't be any uniqueness. Chi Hai nodded. This was the only thing he could think of. Ling Xiao easily defeated the 63 disciplinary knights, causing his reputation to soar by a large margin. Many people began to look at him in a different light. Those who had mocked Ling Xiao shut their mouths and hid far away, afraid that Ling Xiao would see them and take their lives. Everyone knew that Ling Xiao was not someone to be trifled with. TSK, as expected of the Battle Alliance's great sacred lord. His strength is not to be underestimated. I told you, how could such a prominent figure be weak? Tui, you didn't say that just now. How did you change your mind so quickly? In just one battle, Ling Xiao had become the center of attention. Countless people were discussing this mysterious young man. However, Ling Xiao did not care about this at all. He had never placed the 3,000 sacred cities in his eyes. It was just a stepping stone for him. Only through this place could he reach the higher golden city. Ling Xiao, if you have the ability, do you dare to fight with me next time? There were really people who were not afraid of death all the time. A cultivator who had seen Ling Xiao's battle with the 63 disciplinary knights dared to take the initiative to provoke Ling Xiao. Most likely he had some trump cards. Ling Xiao looked up. It was a very unfamiliar person who was not wearing the clothes of the disciplinary sacred city. Where are the people from Scarlet Sun Sacred City? Ling Xiao said indifferently. That's right. I'm Scarlet Sun Sacred City's Qi Shiran. I won't beat around the bush. I'm participating in this golden battle to take your life. It's a pity that you got the first place and can freely choose your opponent. I'm afraid I'm not fated to meet you in this round. So if you have the guts, how about we fight? Qi Shiran said loudly. In this round of duels, everyone had to randomly pick 3 opponents to fight. Finally, the results of the 3 battles would determine who would enter the next round. The advantage of being in the top 10 was that they could freely choose their opponents and had the qualification to not be challenged by those below the top 10. There were many benefits to this. Qi Shiran, who do you think you are? You dare to challenge Ling Xiao? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Kill the wolf said disdainfully. Kill the wolf. Don't be so full of yourself. If he dares to fight with me, I'll let you see how I defeat him. Qi Shiran seemed to be very confident. I was worried about who to choose in the next round. Since you're so enthusiastic, I'll reserve it first. Having more choices was sometimes a blessing in disguise. Although it would be easier to advance if he chose the weaker one, it might not be good for the next battle. After all, the accumulation of battle experience was very important. The third round was divided into 2 stages. Even if one lost in the first stage, as long as one did not die, there was a possibility of advancing to the next stage. So it was not certain that one would be eliminated. Hee, don't say one thing, but think another. Qi Shiran sneered and returned to the Scarlet Sun Sacred City's camp. Ling Xiao, you have to be careful of this Qi Shiran, Gao Shen suddenly said. Oh, Ling Xiao was a little surprised. To be able to make Gao Xin, a martial artist at the late stage of the extreme stage of Dan, feel worried. This person probably really had something extraordinary about him. This Qi Shiran, although not as famous as Qi Shao, is ranked third among the young martial artists of Scarlet Sun Sacred City this time. Rumor has it that he has mastered a 10th level Emperor class martial skill. You have to be clear, in the 3,000 Sacred City, even a 9th level Emperor class martial skill is already considered the best. 10th level Emperor class martial skill? That's a treasure. Perhaps it can only be obtained by the gift of the Golden City. Even in the exchange area of Divine Martial Sacred City, most of the 10th level Emperor class martial skills are defective in name. Gao Shen reminded. Chapter 44:25. I see. I understand now. Only such an opponent is worthy of me defeating. Ling Xiao smiled, looking forward to it. Gao Shen smiled and shook his head. He knew it would be like this, but he still had to remind him. However, with Ling Xiao's strength, he didn't have to worry too much. As long as he didn't underestimate his opponent, there shouldn't be any big mistakes. Sigh. This kid is getting more and more unpredictable. Even I don't dare to say that I can beat him. Kill the Wolf shook his head and smiled bitterly. When he first met Ling Xiao, he was also very mysterious, but at that time he was sure that he could definitely win. But now, Ling Xiao had become extremely mysterious in front of him. Want to win? It's going to be very difficult. You're too polite. We're just evenly matched. You're just not as high profile as Qi Shao and Black Fang. With your strength, you're sure to get into the top 3. Ling Xiao smiled. You're right. I really hope we can have a fair fight. Kill the Wolf was a martial arts fanatic. Facing an opponent like Ling Xiao, he naturally didn't want to miss it. While waiting for the second battle, Ling Xiao also enjoyed the battle of the 10 Holy Sun. Qi Shao, Black Fang, and Lion fearless opponents basically admitted defeat. They didn't even dare to fight. They were probably scared by the fame of these 3 people. Yu Ruo's opponent was quite unyielding. He fought a bitter battle with Yu Ruo, and in the end he was heavily injured. It would be impossible for him to continue. But it was lucky that he didn't die. Yu Ruo wasn't good at attacking. Instead, he was like a maggot in one's bones. Once you were entangled with him, it was like being haunted by a demon. It was very difficult to get rid of him. Kill the Wolf's battle was also settled with one move. His fighting method was very simple. It was straightforward. Others knew what he wanted to do, but they couldn't avoid it. Whether it was speed or strength, he had the absolute upper hand. Gao Xin also easily defeated his opponent. Lion Xiaobao and Yi Lingyan were the unlucky ones. Liu Xiaobao was chosen by Black Fang and immediately chose to surrender. Even if he was a tough guy, he didn't want to risk his life at this time. He wasn't Ling Xiao, so he couldn't afford it. Yi Lingyan was chosen by Yunrui and also chose to surrender. In any case, to them, being able to reach this step was already extremely fortunate. They did not have any extravagant hopes of continuing. Ling Xiao did not comfort them. This golden battle was an experience for Lion Master Bao and Yi Lingyan. Their real challenge will be next year. Although these 2 people's talents were not as good as Ling Xiao's, they were still stronger than most people. They would definitely appear in the golden battle next year. Soon, a round of battle was over. Then, the first challenge of the second round began. Ling Xiao looked at Qi Shiran. Since you wish to fight me so much, I shall grant your wish. But if you die, don't blame me. You can only blame yourself for choosing the wrong opponent. You chose the wrong team. Hearing this, countless spectators cheered. Qi Shiran's reputation was still quite big. He was considered one of the people who could enter the 10 Holy Sun this year. His cultivation was in the late stage of the extreme core realm. In the first battle, his fighting style was also refreshing. His opponent didn't even see how he made a move, and he was already defeated. Even Ling Xiao did not know what method this guy used. His Tai Chi, I did not even have time to analyze. In the ranking, Ling Xiao was ranked first, and this Qi Shiran was ranked 21st. This ranking did not represent one's strength. After all, there were many accidental factors in the second round's assessment. Many stronger people did not pass, while the weaker ones passed with their brains. This was normal. Only the top 5 strength was genuine. The people behind were all accidental. The audience cheered. This was probably the most exciting battle since the start of the Golden Battle. It could be said that it was also a battle that pushed the Golden Battle to the peak. Very quickly, the two stood on the stage. They were still 100 meters apart. Ling Xiao looked carefully at the arrogant Qi Shiran, although he did not know what special reliance Qi Shiran had. But since he chose the opponent, he could not lose. Although the opponent's strength was not too strong, but knowing his battle strength and daring to choose him, he must have some special methods. The crowd was discussing, because this focal battle was too exciting. Although it was not the most classic, it could be said that it was a classic opening. Ling Xiao is still too young. Actually, he could have chosen a weaker opponent. Why would he accept Qi Shiran's provocation? Nonsense. He is the great holy master of the Battle Alliance. If he doesn't dare to accept the challenge after being provoked, what would the people of the Battle Alliance think? That's true, but it's not worth it. What if he loses? Even if he doesn't lose, if he is injured, it will affect the following battle, right? I think that Qi Shiran is doing it on purpose. He wants to injure him heavily in this battle. Forget it. Don't worry about him. From what I see, Ling Xiao will only have one result against Qi Shiran. What result? There will definitely be one person who will win. Your F*** taking off your pants to fart. Not to mention the crowd's discussion. The few people who hated Ling Xiao were also very conflicted. Qi Xiao, Black Fang, Lion Fearless, and Yu Ruo all hoped that Ling Xiao would die. However, they all wanted to end Ling Xiao's life with their own hands. If Ling Xiao lost to Qi Shiran, it would definitely be very boring. If he was heavily injured, then they could torture him. These people were not gentlemen. They would not think of fighting Ling Xiao fair and square. They only wanted Ling Xiao to die. It didn't matter who killed him. Of course, if Ling Xiao could die in their hands, they would naturally be even happier. On the stage, Qi Shiran looked at Ling Xiao with vigilance and nervousness. There was also excitement. It could be seen that he was extremely fearful of Ling Xiao. The reason why he dared to provoke Ling Xiao must be because he had thought of a way to deal with Ling Xiao. Otherwise, it would definitely not be like this. Ancestor Scarlet Flame, Green Lotus Sword Lady, and Zhao Fengyin were calm and composed. They were not worried about Ling Xiao's performance at all. But Jiang Nan and the rest were different. In the end, they did not dare to believe that Ling Xiao could really defeat such a powerful opponent. It was not that they did not support him, but they were worried. In fact, they did not quite understand why Ling Xiao chose Qi Shiran. He chose the 63rd Discipline Knight because he was ranked at the back. But Qi Shiran was ranked 21st out of 100. But it was not low at all. But how could they know that in Ling Xiao's eyes, other than the top 10, there was not much difference who the rest were chosen? On the stage, Ling Xiao stood there and did not make any battle movements. He only looked at Qi Shiran with contempt and said, "Although I don't know what's wrong with you, you have to provoke me, but I will let you know what regret is." He suddenly extended his index finger and hooked it at Qi Shiran. "Come on, hurry up and make your move. Let this boring battle end as soon as possible." You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.